circumstances, the official meetings of the RTD Board of Directors continue to be held remotely in the interest of public health, safety, and welfare. For the immediate future, the official meetings of the Board of Directors will be held via Zoom, as now, and will be audio and video recorded. The meeting recordings, along with the unofficial minutes of the meetings, will be posted as soon as possible on the board's website. You can visit rtd-denver.com and scroll to the bottom of the page for the link to the Board of Directors page. Directors and staff, as always, if you would like to be acknowledged during tonight's proceedings, please raise your virtual hand and wait for me to call on you, hopefully with the help of some of the staff, before proceeding to speak. Directors and staff participating by phone can also raise their virtual hands to indicate that they would like to speak by pressing *9. To toggle your mute setting if you are on the phone, press *6. I would ask that the board's staff assist me in recognizing potential speakers. We're not taking public commentary during this meeting. Members of the public who are interested in communicating to the board members are encouraged to do so prior to the committee meeting and/or during the monthly board meeting. For those dates, you can refer to the board's meeting portal, which is located at rtd.iqm2.com. At RTD, safety is one of our core values. I will begin this meeting with a short safety briefing. While recent public health orders have relaxed some requirements for the use of face coverings in certain settings, the Transit Security Administration, known as the TSA, has extended the federal mask requirement for public transportation until January of 2022. The federal mask requirement states that individuals must wear a face covering while waiting for and while riding public transportation, including airports and aircrafts, train stations and trains, bus stops and buses. RTD requires that employees and customers continue to wear face coverings, and RTD is taking a cautious approach to returning to pre-pandemic operating practices to ensure the safety of our employees and our customers. Transit has proven to be an extremely safe way to travel. There have been no positive clusters of positive cases linked to transit in the Denver metro area. Please consider getting vaccinated if you have not already done so. Wear your face covering in public, especially on transit, and practice physical distancing. We hope to end the pandemic sooner rather than later. Thank you. Ms. McManus, will you now call the roll?
Yes, thank you. Director Bouquet.
Present.
Director Broom.
Present.
Director Busick.
Here.
Director Catlin.
Here.
Director Cook.
Here.
Director Davidson.
Here.
Director Deschel.
Here.
Director Geisinger.
Here.
Director Lewis.
Present.
Director Rosenthal.
Present.
Director Sloan.
Here.
Director Tisdale.
Present.
Director Whitmore.
Here.
Director Williams.
Good evening, I am here.
And Chair Rivera Malpiedi.
Present.
15 present and accounted for. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McManus. First, this evening, we're going to have a discussion item and an attendant presentation. Our discussion item is the Accessoride Paratransit Advisory Committee, known as APAC, report. And our staff representative who is handling that is Mr. Michael Ford, our Chief Operations Officer. Mr. Ford?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to just give a little bit of brief information. APAC members engage in dialogue with the RTD staff to ensure trends, issues, trends, needs, policies, and resources pertaining to Accessoride paratransit services throughout the district and offer a unique perspective with the goal of continuously improving those services. Tonight, we have Tex Alum from APAC. He will provide a summary of the September 14th APAC meeting and will be able to answer questions after his brief presentation. So with that, I'm going to introduce or turn it over to Tex Alum for a presentation.
Thank you very much. As indicated, I'm going to be talking about the September 14th meeting in which 3 new members joined the organization. We have 6 issues which came up as updates. One of them you were discussing before the meeting, which is the COVID situation that was presented thoroughly and thoughtfully by members of the staff. And so until I think it's January the 18th, there will be no changes and we will all be continue to be wearing masks. The second issue that came up was that because of the driver's situation, our Accessoride has extended the time for people to schedule appointments up to 7 days. Difficult situation, as you all know, and this is one attempt to modify the problem. Then Accessacab has a new project going. Because these Accessacab is operated by drivers who are not employees of RTD, it's difficult to say that they will be able to meet their responsibilities. And so what happens is that we go on a leave if a cab has not arrived in the 7 day or in the half hour that they're supposed to arrive, then in fact, Accessoride will provide a cab or a vehicle to handle that assignment. And the same thing is true coming back. That is that if a cab does not arrive as is expected at the time, then Accessoride will provide a return trip opportunity. By the way, that's called RTD Assist. Thirdly, new vehicle specifications situation. In June, there was a study task force situation in which there was an open house at the maintenance garage, and members of this committee joined with maintenance people to study the kinds of things that would be expected and hoped for in the new equipment if it comes and when it comes. The feedback from it was positive from both groups, our members as well as other people from the staff who were at the meeting. Next, the Uber project task status report. It's a small group right now. It's in a very small area of the city, but there are 200 people who have signed up for the Uber First Experiment, 25 of which are regular participants of the experiment. That has gained enough information that has been decided to move to the next stage of broadening it. And in that context, be able to provide more service. We expect that. We were told that that decision will be forthcoming, and you will be hearing more as we hear more. We got a new eligibility company, a contractor, MTM. And so in August, members of this committee went and assisted them be trained to be interviewers for potential Access-a-Ride membership. Feedback from it was positive from both groups, from the MTM people, as well as from those of us who participated and found the people who have come in to do the job to be very professional. Then discussion points. There's a new customer guide being developed, and it's now in its second draft form. It's being reviewed, being discussed. It's anticipated that before the end of the year, that new guide will become official. Then the Reimagine task force came and visited us. They made a substantial presentation on both their short-term and long-term objectives. There was some discussion. We anticipate there'll be more discussion the next time they come and make participating with us. And lastly, as was mentioned, there is the APAC committee. Then there's another committee which deals with ADA issues. It was thought that these committees have met separately. It was thought, let's see if we can't merge them together for joint meetings periodically. We've had 2 such meetings. The third one is coming up on the 10th of November. We have been asked in both committees to review the idea of meeting jointly periodically, meeting jointly entirely, or not meeting jointly at all. The report will come in hopefully on the 10th of November. Thank you. Any questions?
Mr. Ford, you want to run this part or you want me to do it?
I will yield to you, Madam Chair.
Oh, gee, my friend. If anybody has any questions for Tex, please raise your hand. And if everybody is happy with that very well done report, thank you, Tex, then we will move on. Okay. Seeing no hands at the moment, we're going to thank Mr. Elm for his report and move on to our recommended actions tonight. We have 2 recommended actions on the agenda this evening. The first recommended action is for the Board of Directors to approve the January 2022 service change package as revised and summarized in attachment A, and to authorize the general manager and CEO or her designee to execute contract amendments as necessary for private operators whose service is impacted by these changes.
So moved. Oh, sorry.
That's good. You're good. That'd be Chair Rivera Malpiedi. Do I have a second?
Second, Rosenthal.
Thank you, Director Rosenthal. We'll now move to a staff information report. And I believe
Thank you,
that's Mr. Ford again.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just going to kind of summarize what's already in your packet, but I thought it would be worth repeating again. Just by way of background, commensurate with the service change and voting process detailed in the collective bargaining agreement shared between RTD and the Amalgamated Transit Union 1001, the January 2022 service change proposal facilitates both an opportunity for bus and rail operators to vote new work assignments and the opportunity for service development division staff to adjust the operations plan for RTD's transit network. A vital part of the development of the service plan involves stakeholder and customer input processes. The stakeholder listening phase is in addition to the public listening phase, which concluded August 30th, 2021, and is part of the January 2022 service change process. Both stakeholder feedback and customer input will help inform RTD's future service plans. By way of discussion, service changes implemented during 2021 were in part directed towards recovery from impacts experienced due to COVID-19 pandemic. Current ridership levels have increased modestly, with ridership cresting at 50% of pre-pandemic levels. Modest increases in service levels have been implemented with each service change, and the system capacity has been increased with the lifting of restrictions. It should be noted that current levels of service offered largely exceed current ridership demand. Additionally, the agency is challenged with attracting and retaining operators like many public and private service industries throughout the country. RTD has implemented incentives to aid in recruitment and retention of frontline employees with the goal of expanding the agency's human resources to allow for an increase in service delivery. At this time, operator availability will not support a substantial return of service. The proposal herein contains a mix of modest service improvements and adjustments aimed at maintaining on-time performance and contract compliance. It is intended that the proposed service changes in the current COVID-19 service plan be adopted as further modification to the initial plan implemented April 19th, 2020, and modified in subsequent service changes in 2021. The board adopted guidance and proposed service change continues to encompass service performance evaluations based on service standards, the effects on overall integrity of the transit network and on transit-dependent markets, the availability of alternative service to affected customers, cost-effective distribution throughout the district and family of services, and the ability to enhance service when possible. Title VI and Civil Rights Act, in that benefits and services are provided without regard to race, color, national origin, and without disparate effects on low-income and minority populations, and responses to changes in the communities where services are provided. Given the current economic conditions due to COVID-19 induced economic slowdown, the overarching guidance for the proposed January 2022 service change comes from the board adopted guidance for COVID-19 budget reductions, particularly the board's stated desire to maximize mobility during the pandemic for those customers who most depend upon RTD services to access essential jobs and their necessities while also keeping community activity centers appropriately connected. Summary of public meetings. There were 3 meetings conducted virtual via Microsoft Teams on Monday, October 4th, 2021 at noon at 5 p.m., Tuesday, October 5th at 5 p.m. These meetings have been recorded and are available for review. Comments from the public comment period have been summarized and listed in attachment E and F in your report. And finally, changes to the initial recommendation. Staff receives input during the public comment process and continues to conduct additional analysis after the initial service recommendations are communicated to the board of directors. Depending on the outcome of the public comment process and continued analysis, staff may or may not propose modifications to the initial recommendations. The following proposals have been added or significantly modified. So I am going to stop here, and we are happy to go into more questions or details. I'll also have acting senior manager of service development, Jesse Carter, available to go over any of the details that he feels would be helpful for this discussion.
Thank you, sir. And Madam Chair, if I may, I just want to mention a couple of things that have changed since the initial proposals were sent out. And those include additional schedule adjustments to address on-time performance throughout the district, additional schedule adjustments for bell times, most notably for the DPS system, the inclusion of the 104L and 520 routes for adjustments to better connect those two routes in the Brighton area. And also we added the 16th Street Mall, anticipating that we will be going through quite a bit of change with a pending construction on the mall that is slated for early or first quarter 2022. So I think that summarizes the changes that were added since the initial proposal. With that, I turn it back to Michael.
At this time, we're happy to take any questions.
Directors, if anybody has questions or comment, raise your hands. I'm happy to call on you. Director Catlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I received a phone call this morning from a constituent who was quite upset with RTD. He had wanted to take a bus from roughly Broadway and I think Littleton Boulevard over to Bowles and Sims, I believe is what he said. He ended up walking the whole way and never saw a single bus by his observation. Now, I'm not sure that he looked up the scheduling or not, but he was frustrated for the lack of east-west service in the South Jeffco area. And so I mentioned to him that he needed to, make his concerns known with a written comment. I encouraged him to contact the county commissioners because I think we need some more partnerships with some of our local elected officials. And I reassured him that I would parlay his message to you all tonight. And when I explained to him that it was due to operator shortage, he was not buying that. I told him that because the perception is that we received a lot of COVID relief funding, which we did, but the fact that it's very difficult for us to recruit and retain operators is a source of frustration for all of us, but he didn't seem to think that was a very good excuse. So just wanted to put it out there that he was quite concerned. The other comment I had was more about how you determine which routes are dropped. I get alerts frequently when the D line drops trips, and I'm wondering how those impacted, or how the trips are determined, by what criteria, and are they similar on our other light rail routes such as the W line and the line in Aurora and the Southeast? I was just curious, and you don't have to answer tonight because I don't want this meeting to go on, but I would really be curious to know how, kind of in reverse priority order, those routes are cut because of the lack of operators. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Catlin. I'm going to accept the fact that you said you don't need an answer right now and move on to Director Rosenthal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so in regards to the 65 on Monaco Parkway, and I received some community feedback on that about doing some schedule adjustments. So I really have to commend and thank both Mr. Carter, Mr. Ford, and the entire team for working with the high schools in that area to really make sure that we're providing the best possible service to the students and teachers and staff and people who live in that area. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Rosenthal. Director Geisinger, I see your hand.
Thank you, Chair. I have a few questions and some comments. Jesse, thanks for the information. I noticed in the packet that it says that the 16th Street Mall construction will result in reduction of service frequency that's not readily predictable at this time. As you know, I've been concerned about the FF4, where people are taking the FF1 that stops everywhere and then have to take the mall shuttle down to Civic Center. So I'm wondering, you mentioned that there were some changes with 16th Street. How do we, what are we doing to address those delays and, increasing the time of the commute?
Thank you, Director Geisinger. And looking at the mall shuttle, knowing that the construction will cause some sizable detours off of the mall, and the mall shuttle will have to actually run on adjacent streets, that actually adds to the cycle time. So it diminishes our ability to provide the same level of frequency. And as you may know, we basically run with the cycle time provided by the signal system on the 16th Street Mall with large swaths, and we're not sure exactly how many blocks will be closed at a time. And that may change and vary. So what we've done so far is to kind of turn down the headway frequency. Instead of it being a 3-minute frequency, we're turning it down to a 4.5, and assuming that it's still going to require the same number of vehicles and operators to actually provide the service. So we're trying to provide a still somewhat reliable service using the equipment and operators that we currently have. And I do understand that may add pressure from other areas wanting connections to the Civic Center area from the DUS area. But at this point in time, it's really difficult to gauge exactly how long the detours will have the negative effect, and at the same time, where we will be in terms of the number of operators that we have for the next service change, which would be in the May timeframe. So it may be something that we have to adjust really for in the May service change. I hope that answers your question. If not, please.
No, that answered my question. I guess it doesn't alleviate my concern. And I appreciated you answering some questions for me last week about the workforce shortage and all of those things. I guess, looking at the comments from page, I think 31 to 109 in the packet, we're almost exclusively FF4, FF2, FF7 comments. And the FF7 started at Sheridan. For those who don't know, I didn't know exactly either. Started at Sheridan and went into Civic Center. The FF4 started in Boulder and stopped all the way except in Sheridan, I believe, and then went into Civic Center. Is that right?
That's correct.
So I guess I'm wondering, what would it take in terms of workforce? How many people would it take if we combine those? So if the FF4 stopped at Sheridan, so we're really serving all the way up and down that line, both directions. If you could add, 3 in the morning going both ways, and 3 in the late afternoon going both ways, what's the magnitude of the missing workforce there?
Wow. Thanks for that question. And the missing workforce has to be looked at. And again, when we look at our service changes, consideration has to be given not only to those singular changes, but to how we then balance that with changes elsewhere. So if I bring back, let's say, a branch that did not exist before or has not existed since the COVID was put into place, that is 100% change, and therefore pushes us into doing an analysis as required under FTA guidelines. And so I would want to balance that with a change in the equity population or routes serving the equity population. So in doing that, whatever, let's say we had to add an additional 8 operators for what you're asking for, I would also need to look at a similar type of change elsewhere. So a total of 16 operators on a weekday. That's just an example. We don't have that at this time to, we don't have the wherewithal in terms of the number of people or operators to actually put out that large of a service change.
Thanks. I guess that raises a couple questions for me. Do we assume that this doesn't serve equity populations along the way? And second one is 8 the number that it would take to bring back, 2 or 3 routes of the FF4 both ways in the morning and the afternoon, or?
Yeah, and I may be grasping at straws, but if I remember correctly, it's more than 45 minutes one way. So 2 ways, it looks like a 2-hour cycle to me. And in order to provide, a trip every half hour, that's going to cost at least 4 for each one of those branches. So that's my assumption going in. Now, in terms of whether or not the US 36 corridor is considered a Title VI equity route, and this is again just my recollection, I will go back and take a look at it. But it's my memory that states that the US 36 corridor did not necessarily serve a large equity population.
And I guess it's a question maybe for Ms. Johnson as well, but I guess I'm wondering, does that keep us then from serving commuters in the long term here?
So if I may, Madam Chair, I would say,
Absolutely.
thank you very much. It's an amalgamation of different things. As Mr. Carter pointed out, we're looking at equity of populations across our entire swath of our service area with this 2,342 square miles. When we look at the balancing of the service delivery models, we have to look at census data. We use the American Community Survey, or we'll use the latest information from the census holistically. So when we talk about serving commuters, there's a myriad of different people that are utilizing our family of services as such. So to state that we're not serving commuters, I can't give you a blatant answer in reference to your inquiry, because as we clearly have seen with the shift of the COVID-19 pandemic residual impacts, travel patterns have shifted somewhat, and people are utilizing the services at different times a day. So while we do have the FF1 providing services from the areas in which you stated earlier, they're not across the board, as we don't have that same level of ridership previously to basically offset that revenue cost per hour, and then ensure that communities of color are basically not being, disproportionately impacted. And so we have to look at it from a holistic point of view. So as we go forward and things shift, and as you may be aware that we are looking at a myriad of different efforts as it relates to recruitment, but as you all have heard me say ad nauseum, the whole world is short-staffed. So we're being judicious in reference to what we're doing, looking at our branches, looking at our core routes, as I would establish them as such, to move people to and fro within the entire service area. Does that make sense?
Yeah, thanks. And I apologize, because I'm sure we learned this when we got the equity analysis, but is it then based on defined equity corridors, for lack of a better term, or diversity corridors? Is that, and 36 doesn't qualify? Is that?
So we have to look at the service we're bringing back to make that determination holistically. So I can't answer that question just in absentia, in the sense that we're not comparing it with other routes and other corridors, to look at it holistically to determine if there's not a 10% greater impact on an equity population than a non-equity population. So potentially, if you were looking at a different corridor within the more densely populated urbanized area within the service area itself, perhaps that would be a balance. And then this conversation would not ensue from the relationship of the US 36 corridor, perhaps not being as diverse. But you have to look at it in pairs in that relationship, as Mr. Carter specified, as we look to see what the impacts are.
Yeah. This is a tough one, I think it's easy to sort of say Boulder is, is Boulder, but the buses we're talking about, the FF4 and the FF2, certainly serve both directions. They serve Denver City and County, they serve Jefferson County, they serve Broomfield County, Boulder County, probably Adams County as well. And, it takes a lot of cars off the road. It brings school teachers and health workers and others from a lot of places into Boulder and Broomfield and Westminster. And so, to see the FF4 becoming even a longer commute, you saw, like I say, from page 31 to 109, people commenting. I'm hearing steadily from others. Someone today who rode the FF2 for 12 years and only drove once. And in the last few weeks, when he's been going back part-time, has driven 12 or 13 times. I have another couple of comments, but I'm gonna stop because Jesse's got his hand raised. I'd love to hear what you have to say too, Jesse.
Go ahead, Mr. Carter.
Yep, muted.
Your mouth is moving, but we do not
And
hear
no
your
words
voice.
are coming out. I am so sorry. I apologize for that, but I just wanted to make sure Director Geisinger understood that even if there was no balance given for equity populations, the size of the type of change to bring back the FF4 or FF, and I've heard from requests from FF2 as well, and the FF7 are moves that we can't make right now, even if there wasn't the need for it. Those are increases in service that we can't afford. And it's frustrating to staff as well, because if I were to look back at, again, the ridership on the US 36 corridor, we're very proud to have 13,000 boardings a day on that corridor. Now, if you remember, it went down quite a bit, and we were sitting at about 20% of pre-COVID ridership. The FF1 alone carried 5,000 a day prior to COVID. Now we're looking at numbers that are below 2,000. So when I look at all the requests that come in via other areas as well, and we take into consideration some of the changes in areas that don't have any return to service at this point in time, it's really hard for us to say this area, while it has one line, needs an additional branches added back while we still don't have service in other areas. Or in looking at performance on routes that retained upwards of 60 and 70% of pre-COVID ridership, to say that we should not be exploring increasing those services as well as trying to bring back the FF4. So I say all that to say that it is, my team is anxious to get back to providing a higher level of service and bringing back the routes that we were accustomed to seeing high ridership on. That includes US 36 corridor, but it also includes other parts of the district.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I guess it makes me wonder, because I'm hearing from people steadily that are saying that, the buses are full. It's not certainly nearly all the time that it's standing room only, but it does happen. So, I'm trying to think, that's why I was asking about a couple in the morning or 3 in the morning and in the afternoon. I'm just trying to figure out how we could make something work, because it's clearly we're losing riders on this. But I will quit taking up so much time and let someone else talk. Thanks very much for all the answers.
Thank you, Director Geisinger. Director Cook.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So kind of along those same lines, at a prior meeting, Dan Merritt had suggested that you all were trying to get the Metro ride up and running in time for the January 22 service changes, but that's not in the plan, Jesse, and it addresses to a certain extent that same concern about getting from one end of downtown to another for people who are returning to work. But it also, to the extent that if the FF4 or the FF7 or a hybrid of the two that serves US 36 in Sheridan was back in service, it would help with the dearth of service in North Jeffco, because to the extent you don't have service there, those trunk lines, those places where people can go to and then ride, become more important, it seems to me. So I just wanted to say, if you can get the FF4 back in service or the Metro ride, and the FF4 serves US 36 in Sheridan, that's a different service sector, I would suggest. It pulls in lots of Arvada in Westminster and is kind of a key location for getting into all parts of downtown. So just thought that might be a, an added advantage of looking at that restoration. Thanks.
Thank you, Director Cook. Director Busick?
Thanks, Madam Chair. I first want to start out by echoing some of the comments Director Geisinger made about the mall shuttle and the impact on getting from DUS to Civic Center. So just as she had some of her Flatiron Flyers that took her there, I had the 122X that used to take my constituents from Wagon Road to Civic Center, and that's been eliminated. Now they've started taking the 120X to DUS and then the 16th Street Mall over to Civic Center. And I guess I've got the same concern about the construction and the impact on how we get people from DUS to Civic Center. And I was hoping also to see that Metro ride come back. That would have been a great alternative, but not to be. So I'm hopeful we're watching the 16th Street Mall operations and keep an eye on that. With regard to I have a question about the US 36 managed lane project, and I'd like to know if anyone can tell me how much money RTD contributed to that project.
I don't know who wants to answer that. General Manager Johnson, do we have any idea?
Yeah, I don't have that off the top of my head, recognizing the question at hand, but I make a commitment of getting back to you as expeditiously as possible with that information.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
What I recall is it's a big number. I mean, millions of dollars. How many buses do we have using the managed lanes out of Boulder into Denver and out of Denver into Boulder today? Do we know? I mean, I mean number of buses, but what routes currently use the managed lanes?
Mr. Carter?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director Busick, I would say it's pretty much the Flatiron Flyer, the FF1 and FF5, which are currently in service.
Okay, so they're still using the managed lanes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. Well, that's good to know that we're still getting some of our money back out of that. So yeah, I've had some people talk to me about the FF2 because that stops in Westminster, Sheridan, and a number of my constituents there use that. I understand all the issues, but it's not just a Boulder issue either. You know, it's my people in Adams and Jeffco side of Westminster that use the Flatiron Flyer service as well. So hopefully we'll keep our eyes on that and make some progress. Thanks.
Thank you, Director. Director Davidson, I believe you're next.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. Mr. Ford and Mr. Carter, thank you for the presentation and discussion. I know we're all, I'm sure, hearing about various routes right now, given the situation that we're in. It's probably no surprise given the area that I'm in. We hear about the 122X, the 128, FF2, FF4, just to name some of the ones that are, eliminated in the area. I think the 128 starting to pop up a little bit more, just given that, especially with the N line being open during the pandemic. But rather than commenting on any of those individual ones, I'm sure that there's a lot of these right now. I'm wondering, do we have a list? Do we, how are we? It'd be helpful, I guess, just for my edification to understand how we're, receiving these requests, measuring this, and balancing it against our, ridership challenges and our labor challenges. Is there a list somewhere? Is there, some way that this is being tracked that, as we're being asked about this, we may be able to reference or direct people to? I'm not saying it very well. I'm curious about the requests in other districts right now, because I get the requests that are very centric around 128, FF2, FF4, 122X, and then some other ones that trickle in. But I'm sure a lot of us are hearing many of those, and I'm curious what those might be. And we don't have to go into all the details now, but how that's being tracked and how we're juggling that with the labor challenges right now.
That's a pretty complex question. Does anybody want to step up to some piece of that?
I would like to start, Madam Chair, if I may.
Thank you, Jesse.
I mean, it is my birthday, so I want to take
Oh,
First
happy
shot at it,
birthday
okay?
to you. Go ahead.
Okay, so with that, I will say that, no, it's a very good question. For the service change in particular, the January service change, we have service.change, the email site. Also calls coming into customer care and coming in directly to the department are recorded as well as, for that specific change, for the January service change. However, customer care still keeps a list of requests and comments that come in from customers on a regular basis, and they are referred to and answered by staff in various parts of the RTD, to include my group. So we collect quite a bit of information. We get phone calls and participate in meetings with other groups and municipalities where we are told what the need is at this point in time. And a lot of that is in reference to services that have lesser headways and shorter spans of service. And that's kind of a big deal, because we have a large number of routes that operated basically starting at 5 a.m. in the morning and running very late to 11 p.m. And those serve a community that are our frontline workers. And I have to say, if I had to do it all over again, I think that's where I would do some things differently in providing wider spans over higher frequencies, if we could turn back the hands of time and go back to when COVID started. So there are requests for later service. There are requests for more frequent service. There are requests for changes to the branches, because not all of our service patterns are the same as they were, because we're basing it off a Saturday type service versus a weekday service. So we get a lot of different requests. We do track them, and we do have a memory as to what the ridership was on those routes. So as we compare the requests, we are relating it to the former ridership. We are looking at what percentage of ridership was retained post-COVID, and we're keeping kind of a running tab. But if there is a great interest and a compelling need, we make changes to the plan, and we have in recent months. Where we've hit a brick wall, and it is a very big brick wall, is the operator shortage. It is not an excuse. It is a reality. And it's something that we can't actually go and say, well, let's just slip in a few here, unless it keeps us either in compliance with our collective bargaining agreement, or it fixes a service that does not work, or that in a sense is already seen a service cut because we're not making the grade in terms of on-time performance. So that's one thing I'd want to stress, is that our operator situation is very, very real. If we had a choice at this point in time, we turn on a number of services, and then we would take a very hard look at what we're going to do with the Reimagine project, and then restructure our services accordingly. So at this point in time, I would say we have an idea of what we need to do, and we have a path forward that's being described through the Reimagine process. And those are the steps we will need to take. However, we need people to do that, and we need operators more so than anything. Money, not saying money's not a problem, money's always a problem, but to say that, yeah, we really do need operators at this point in time. And I'm hoping that answers your question.
It really does. Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair. If I may just follow up.
Yes.
Yeah. First of all, happy birthday, Mr. Carter. That's awesome. And I hope we don't have to turn back the hands of time and go back to the beginning of the pandemic. I know there was no playbook for this. So for what it's worth, I think, we've all done the best we can here, and hopefully we don't have to do it again. But so thank you for sharing all that. It was really helpful just to kind of hear through some of that, particularly the pre-pandemic ridership and so forth. In terms of our return, and our goals to return to 85% service over some time. I mean, for a while, our biggest limiter being in the pandemic was the ridership challenges. Is it fair to say, is it a fair assessment? I'm not asking for an exact percentage of this, that, or the other, but is it a fair assessment that now we've reached the point where getting to 85%, let's say, has more to do with the operator shortage and labor than it does ridership numbers, or what we would project to be ridership numbers on eliminated routes? Have we crossed that point where it's more labor than it is ridership, or are we still somewhere in the middle there?
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
okay, if I may. Actually, yeah, the situation is fluid, as you described it. I do think the ridership has changed. We are at a happier place, a more balanced place in terms of ridership. There are some routes that I have to applaud that they're in the upper 60% of ridership retention with shorter spans of service, with less frequency. They're still holding on to 60% of the ridership. That's really, really good, and shows and indicates an area that we could take a look at in expanding the service and growing ridership if we had the operators to do so. So yes, I do think we're at a point where there are clearly corridors in our area that are underperforming only due to our lack of resource.
So Madam Chair, if I could just add on something to Mr. Carter's remarks, because I know oftentimes we talk about operators, and operators are very critical to our overarching transit service delivery model, but we'd be remiss to state that we need mechanics, because operators have no way of transporting people if we don't have vehicles in a state of good repair. And more so, we need, recruiters to help recruit individuals to work. So I just wanted to ensure that I shared that information as well, because we're always laser focused on operators and they're critical, but there's other components as well as we look at overarching aspects in reference to service delivery, because we're in need of dispatchers. It's the whole gamut as we talk about what we're in need of. So I wanted to stress that as well. And another point to Mr. Carter's comments as well, recognizing that a service equity analysis was done in relationship to the service modifications that were made in April. That too is being used as a guidepost in reference to what you asked about how we're bringing back service, because we're looking at that holistically to discern what might be best as we bring back the service. And so I just didn't want that to fall between the cracks as we have this very in-depth conversation, which I think is warranted as we recognize the whole world is short-staffed. And yes, there's an amalgamation of things that we could do if in fact we were in a better place, but we're also making up for lost time. And I did hear the term used by a board member saying that a constituent didn't like that excuse. It's really not an excuse for making up for lost time, because there's a lot of things that could have been done differently, as Mr. Carter stated, but there's no need in looking backwards. What we're trying to do is look forward. And there's a lot of adjustments that need to be made, and trust and believe that the team and I are committed to doing what we can within, the confines of what we have established to ensure that we can bring those things to fruition. So thank you very much for the opportunity to share those thoughts.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Mr. Davidson?
Just one final follow-up question, if I may. So thank you for commenting. It's helpful to understand. It does make sense. It's fluid, and there's probably some routes that it's primarily ridership. Maybe there wouldn't, we wouldn't have it if we were to return it. And some certainly can understand it's labor. And certainly this is happening in numerous industries. I mean, everybody is dealing with this right now. One question, something that's very exciting, I think this reinforces why we had a strategic plan collectively with that involves employee ownership. Are we at the point where we're able to project within a reasonable margin of error, just given current dynamics, what our net operator and mechanic gain or loss is? Say looking at these service changes, are we able to project, or is this just so fluid that we still can't quite track the metrics of, I know we would know what our gains are in arrears, but what our net gain is in terms of staff on a look forward basis?
So that's a
Ms.
very
Johnson,
good,
I think that may be a question more for you.
yes, thank you so much, sir, for asking the question. So it's purely conjecture and speculation at this point. We have an opportunity to do a better job at workforce development when we look at our attrition rates going forward, because basically we weren't looking in that direction. I have been working with the team, and that's our intent going forward. So using this as an example, recognizing that retention has been a problem, there's a lot of things that we could step up to perhaps make this a more enticing working environment. And that's what I'm committed to doing. And that's why employee ownership is a very crucial priority for us as an organization. So with that being said, as we go forward, what we're going to need to do is basically look at what we're attriting and then double that and start recruiting for that as we go forward. But there's a lot of different elements that are involved, because since this has not been done in the manner in which optimally one could say we should be doing recruitment, we're going to catch up. It's no different than using the current supply chain analogy. We're looking at those cargo ships sitting in the port of Long Beach, California, or the port of LA. As we heard clearly, it's going to take about 1.5 years to catch up. So I want to ensure that I'm being transparent and forthright with all of you, because when we were having as an organization these challenges before, dating back to 2019 and 2018, there wasn't that workforce development being implemented where we had potentially a qualified candidate pool where we were hiring continually. So we have people in the hopper as we go forward. And that's something that we need to work on collectively. And then let's think about what might be best as we want to attract individuals, because right now we can't compete. I can go work at a different private sector entity or public sector entity, and keeping in mind that there was a lot of assistance being provided, not saying it's good, bad, or indifferent, but in reference to what people were netting, why would I engage and not be in the optimal working conditions as we go forward? So working towards that, I can't give you those numbers right now, but we're at a place in which we have an opportunity to move full steam ahead. And I know we have commitment in reference to the team that we have here and working in partnership with our union as well.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate all the discussion on that. And yeah, certainly a very important time for us to make this, an appealing and a genuinely good job and attract the talent we need. So thank you for that. Thank you for the efforts on that. Thank you for the opportunity to have the questions and discussion. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Director Davidson. I believe Chair Rivera Malpiedi is next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really appreciate this conversation because I think it's really pertinent to the work that we're doing as the entire district. As the District C director, I want to talk a little bit about the silent voices. We've received several letters from the Boulder community talking about their needs. In my community, which is the transit dependent and the working poor, they don't have a voice usually because they're too busy surviving. And so I want to speak on their behalf. The thing about community members who are transit dependent and working poor are so busy surviving, they don't have time to write letters. They don't have time to come to meetings. They don't have time to call board members and say, here's what I think, this is what I need to do. They just know that they need to get to work on time or get their children to daycare or need to go get groceries. I think that, these whole TDM programming where we really fight to provide services to our community members are fabulous. Unfortunately, in my community, we've not been part of the TDM program that provides incentives. We pay whatever you tell us to pay. We go wherever you tell us to go because we have no other choices. And tonight, I want to say to all of you, we do have choices. We have them through the board that I'm looking at currently, the staff who are working diligently to make sure that this is a fair and equitable process for all people, not just certain people in certain sections of the community. And I think that it is something that we need to look at in the holistic if we're truly going to be a board of the region rather than the board of specific communities, because if we serve our most vulnerable communities, then we will have served everybody. And I just think that that's really imperative to remember as we're moving forward with these service changes, is to look at the holistic part of it rather than specific areas, because we really have a lot of folks whose livelihoods depend on us getting them to and from where they need to go, regardless of where they live. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think Director Sloan is up next.
Yes, and thank you, Chair. That was really a heartfelt comment on what we're all working on. I would like to say I stand in awe of staff in terms of their putting together such a complex program in a time when we don't really know what's happening next. So this is a great conversation to hear more about that. But it's also a difficult time for the board itself. I believe this is part of our responsibility to look at these service changes. And I know staff feels the same way. I've listened in on some of the service change meetings, and there's a drumbeat of we really need to hear from you. Please share your experiences. And whenever anyone says something, there's frequently a response, well, your comment will go to the board for its consideration when there's a final service change decision. So we wouldn't be doing our job if we didn't raise these questions and dig a little bit deeper. So we believe you do incredible work, and at the same time, because we tell people we really want to hear from you, it wouldn't be meaningful if their comments were not discussed. And we had pages and pages and pages and pages and pages of comments that were gleaned from the meetings and emails. And it's important that these folks understand RTD's position, its considerations, and that perhaps their comment didn't make a difference this time, but it will be taken into consideration later. And I would also express my appreciation, Mr. Carter. And NREL was really pleased that you contacted them and worked through perhaps some alternatives to reestablishment of the GS line. That meant so much to just hear from RTD. So I would like to convey to the public in some way, if it's not a message to each person who's commented, that their participation did make a difference because they did give up some time. And we encourage them to do so, and then we discourage them if we do not have a response for them. So that is my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Sloan. We appreciate that. Director Deschel.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you again to Chair Rivera-Malpieri, though I couldn't agree with you more. And I want to start off by saying this is really just my sharing best practices that I have learned. I know there was a lot of discussion. I work in Office 16 Market. Many of the people who I work with live all over. And so this is not meant as I'm doing X, you should do X too. I know people sometimes, my words sometimes get twisted. This is truly just a best practice sharing on some of the points that have been raised in ways that I found to be sort of successful in getting people comfortable with RTD and possibly using other services. So one is to work collaboratively with folks when they talk about service and the lack of service, and to talk about land use and land use planning, and the importance of lobbying city council and working with city council, whether that's about a bus stop and the lack of pavement, or it's about service. We know that we don't have great land use planning for transit here. We are working on it. Our TOD team is doing a great job working on it, but it can be improved, right? And even if we ran a ton of buses, the service can only get better if we improve our land use. So it's about embracing our neighbors and being okay with increased land use and perhaps increased ceiling height restrictions for buildings, allowing or advocating for mixed income, affordable housing, and providing those policies. And I think people really, when people see the connection between land use and what it means to live in a single family home versus a duplex versus an apartment, and the connection that it has service, that's been pretty successful for folks to go lobby to make that change if transit is that important to them. The other piece is on the mall ride and Civic Center, and I get a lot from the C line and what is the D, not the D line, F line, that were discontinued, either not providing civics, either not getting you to 16th Street or not getting you 16th in California or not getting you to Union Station. And what I remind people, for folks who are able-bodied, is that it's a mile from Denver Union Station to Civic Center Station, and that the zero, and most people sort of go, oh yeah, it's a mile. It's sort of couched in wellness. As someone who takes transit and practices what I preach, it's a huge part of my day. I actually enjoy the walk that I get to get, and people really have taken to that. The other piece is that there's 15-minute headways on the zero, which stops at 17th and Market, 17th in California, and Colfax and Broadway, which pretty much breaks up that mall ride issue to get from A to B, with the exception of maybe you're missing 2 to 4 blocks. It's still one transfer, and the transfer, unless I'm wrong, is covered under someone's fare pass. So that really mitigates, is a way, again, it's a change to someone's routine and someone's habit, but it is, they actually have to walk, they don't have to walk as far if they take a bus into the bus depot, because the zero is right there. The 9, the 15, other routes also run up and down 17th Street, up and down 15th Street, that can get you where you need to be, and can do it in a way, Jesse might have to keep me honest, but I think the zero might get you from Union Station to Colfax and Broadway, also known as Civic Center Station, faster than if you took the free mall ride. And so explaining that to people, that the suite of services that we have has also been really successful for me when I've talked to folks who are a bit disgruntled about what's been going on. So those are some learnings I just wanted to share with folks. I know we don't really have a medium to do this otherwise, and sort of heard some of those comments and just wanted to address ways that I've confronted that and ways that have been positive in making change moving forward, or at least gotten constituents to be happy with those sorts of answers. Thanks.
Thank you, Director Deschel. That was nice to hear. Director Catlin, I'm going to give you a second bite of the apple, and then I'll go to Director Lewis, and then I'll give Director Busick a second chance. Director Catlin.
I apologize. I thought you were going to go to Director Lewis first. I just wanted to say that I really appreciate the explanation from both Jesse Carter and General Manager CEO Johnson. I have been guilty in my response to my frustrated constituents of oversimplifying the issue. And the way you laid it out very well helps me now to be able to, instead of having just a quick response and being challenged by a constituent, to have a little bit more in-depth conversation based on the information that you've provided. So I just wanted to thank you for that, because I have been guilty of oversimplifying it and just saying that it is an operator shortage. So just wanted to say thank you, and did not mean to stir the pot any. I just was trying to reflect what a very angry constituent mentioned to me today, but I do appreciate the explanations. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Catlin. Director Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just had a quick question that came from a constituent as the constituent was going over the budget and referenced the budget principle for returning to service as ridership allows. And so just know that that's the premise of this conversation, or the premise of this question. Sorry, there's a baby crying in the background. I'm at home. I don't know what to say. There's a baby. And so her question here is, gosh, I lost it. Oh, do you, essentially, what are we considering when we are reinstating routes? And so, as we went into the pandemic service plan, what are some of our considerations as we are reinstating routes?
Okay, who wants to take that one on? Jesse, you're unmuted.
I'm unmuted. Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to reiterate, the things that we depend on, and one, to offer Director Deschel a job in service planning. We have a couple openings, since you know our system so well. But at the same time, population density, land use, those are all things that drive ridership. When we look at our historic ridership activity around our major activity centers, that being Central Business District downtown, DIA, where our major employment work populations are. And then we look at, of course, where people live, the heaviest density of population. And, our route performance typically reflects that. So as we go to look at our services and we look at, what are the normal or traditional work starts and quits, what was the past peak periods, we look at where our holes are and try to, again, address the system need. We look at the whole network integrity and how that new service can plug in and offer opportunities for transfers to other services. So when we look at, each individual route and area, we look at it from both the potential for performance of that particular service, and then how it ties into the network and what utility does it provide as far as service to major activity centers, if that makes sense.
It's sufficient. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I also wanted to just thank Chair Rivera Malpiedi for her words. I think it's important to bring that into the conversation. I've just really been grateful for the staff that they've really prioritized those who have been utilizing our services throughout the entire time of the pandemic, and speaking about communities that are often voiceless because they don't have the social capital or the political capital or the financial capital to be able to engage in these discussions because they are so busy figuring out how to make their lives run and move. Particularly, I think about our communities in Montbello and Green Valley Ranch, where we are seeing lots of growth there. And although we are seeing lots of growth there, we aren't seeing a lot of increase in our services in that area. And those have been difficult conversations to have with my residents in Central Park, but also my residents in Green Valley Ranch, who ask for buses, right? Who ask for trains, and there's a desire to want to give them to them, of course, but we have to be realistic about what our budgets allow us to do, which is right what we do in our personal finances as well. And so I just deeply appreciate that we are prioritizing the communities who have really stuck beside us because maybe they had no other choice during the pandemic. And I think we see that reflected in how we had our peak times and seeing that those no longer exist, right? And I think it's a reflection that people aren't traveling in the same way, that you might be dealing with folks who are working in retail or restaurants or et cetera, that have schedules that are different than a 9 to 5. And so thank you so much for that priority. I know it's difficult. I know it's difficult for the directors. It's been difficult for me to go out into my own community. But I think this is where we show up, and this is how we show up for our communities and how we show up as regional leaders within this system and as regional electeds. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Director Lewis. Okay, I don't see anybody else's hand up, but I'm going to speak for a minute because I am not only the chair of this committee, but I'm a director too. And when I read the packet before this meeting, I had some really intense feelings about it, like I've heard from everybody else here. And I want to point out that RTD is a transit agency. I mean, that's all we really want to do is provide transportation services much and as often as we can. And that sometimes the more vocal portions of our very large community seem to carry an uneven amount of weight. The fact that some of our constituents are well-educated and well-organized, fortunately, doesn't mean that they get more service than those of our constituents that we don't hear from as much, to Director Lewis's point. The service department, I believe and have always believed, that they allocate service where the ridership is the highest and the need is the greatest, and not necessarily where the voice is the loudest. And in this case, the squeaky wheel isn't getting any more or any less grease than any of the other wheels. The term Equity refers to fairness and justice and is not the same as equality. Equality means providing the same service to all. And equity means recognizing that we don't all start from the same place. And then we have to acknowledge and make adjustments. I'm sorry that that is relevant to the service that we're providing now, but it's relevant to all of our lives. So that's my 2 cents worth. If I have anyone else who wants to speak, please raise your hand. Okay. Seeing no one else, I think I will call for the vote. I had Chair Rivera-Malpiedi as the mover and Director Rosenthal as the second. Are there any no votes on this action? Okay. Seeing no votes, we have 15 aye votes and no votes and no abstentions. This motion passes. Directors, please put your microphones back on mute if you haven't. And we will move on to the next recommended action. Thank you all. The next recommended action this evening is for the Board of Directors to adopt revisions to its committee structure in order to optimize the number of members assigned to each committee, to encourage full and fruitful debate by decentralizing decision-making, to leverage members' relevant experience, and to promote meeting efficiencies. Whew, you can work on that one. I believe our staff representative who's going to give us some information. First, I guess I need a mover and a second on this.
So moved, Michelle.
Second, Rivera-Malpiedi.
Okay, let me make a note of that. And then I believe that General Manager Johnson is going to address this action.
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair. And my comments are really brief. They're just introductory, as I would like to yield the floor to Directors Cook and Tisdale. But what you have before you in your packet is a consolidated effort that was put forward by the directors that I just referenced in conjunction with John McKay in my office in relationship to having the very informed discussion on September 14th. We committed to basically going back to all of you, leveraging a survey and things of the like, and then a subsequent survey to clarify some points. I know there's been a lot of conversation. I want to ensure that everybody that's assembled here, this is something we were doing to assist you all in your governance, your overarching governance, and want to ensure that there's no misunderstanding about who is shepherding this effort going forward. Recognizing that we do spend an inordinate amount of time in meetings, it's important that we are doing the people's work, and the dialogue that we just had previously is a clear-cut indicator of that. But want to ensure that we're optimizing efficiencies as the recommendation stated going forward. So that's how I wanted to frame the discussion. I really am interested in hearing you all lean into the discussion as well, so we can ascertain what our path forward will be in reference to an optimal committee structure for the betterment not only of you, but doing the people's work. So with that, Madam Chair, I will yield the floor to the directors, i.e. Cook, Tisdale, as referenced earlier. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Do we have a preference here? Director Tisdale, Director Cook, who wants to speak?
I'll yield to my esteemed Director Tisdale.
Woo, that was nicely said. Director Tisdale.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. What you see before you is the culmination of essentially 2 years worth of work to address the pressing question of how do we become more efficient and effective. And we believe that this recommendation, which can of course be improved upon, and we're always eager to hear creative and constructive comments relative to that, but we believe that this is a good starting point for us. There is one specific recommendation that I know Director Cook will in the first instance address, but I want you to know that the goal was always and remains, and I believe shall continue to be, to make us more effective, to make us more efficient, to give us the opportunity to have a vibrant and robust discussion in a constructive manner that will give better results to the board, to the staff, to all of our customers, to all of our stakeholders and the entire district. I believe that this effort at, if you will, streamlining the process will yield very positive results. But fear not, to the extent that any shortfalls should surface during the course of the next year and following that this is all going on, the board can always change things, tweak things, improve upon things. It's not that we're saying, no, this is it and you can never look at this again. No, of course not. It's always a part of our dialogue. But it is, I think, a substantial improvement over what we have. And given the fact that we just spent about 65 minutes on an item that was listed as a 20-minute discussion item on the last motion, it's perhaps helpful to reflect upon what we're doing tonight and what we've been doing all these many nights through the years that all of us have been on the board, and say, surely there is a better way. And we believe that this is a path toward that better way. And with that, Madam Chair, with your kind permission, I will yield the floor to Director Cook.
Thank you, Director Tisdale. Eloquently spoken as always. Director Cook, do you have something to add?
Yeah, I echo a bit of that and then add another couple of points. The important thing, and I think in talking to some of the directors, this point was made, you know, it's not perfect. We know it's not perfect, but the important thing is just to take a step. You know, this restructuring is kind of, you know, it seems mundane or at least not as directly relevant to the service we provide. But in fact, I think it does have a direct impact on the quality of our decision-making that does impact our constituents. So I, you know, it is really important, and I appreciate the fact that we've been able to take it up and that you all have been encouraging. I appreciate Chair Rivera-Malpietti's creating the committee and GM CEO Johnson helping to shepherd it as well. There seem, you know, some of the areas that I think there will be ongoing conversation and are not precluded by what we're doing tonight if we pass this, include the discussion about how external relations that was brought up by a couple of people, whether and how we're able to tap board members' connections and expertise as issues arise. For example, Senate Bill 161, I think there was a real effort to make sure that the board members who had particular knowledge or involvement on that issue were able to go down to the Capitol and testify. Being able to tap your expertise and knowledge and context is going to be pretty important, and knowing how that happens means it probably doesn't need to be like the sole purview of the executive committee, but how that gets fleshed out, I guess we'll know further. But another piece was, I think it was Director Williams, Chair Williams's contention that committee members should serve on at least one committee. And then others have talked about maybe capping it, or at least acknowledging that 5 to 7 members in a committee, practically speaking, means that most people, or all of us, wouldn't serve on more than 2. Okay, so we aren't explicitly delineating that, but the numbers may provide for that kind of a distribution. I do want to explain, if I may, that the amendment that I hope to bring forward, and if you'd like, I could make a motion to do that amendment, if it would be all right. There's actually 2 of them, but the first one is the more substantive one. If that's all right, Madam Chair?
Yes.
Okay.
How about it?
Okay, I'll move to amend Section 8, titled Meeting Schedule, Item A, to read, A, the Finance and Planning Committee and the Operations and Safety Committee will typically be scheduled for the second Tuesday and Wednesday of each month after 5:30 p.m. And just to provide a little background on that, invite staff input as well. We had in the action item indicated those 2 often active committees would be on the same night in the second Tuesday of each month. And, as we've seen, whenever finance and operations go in the same night, and now we're adding planning into one of those, it's likely that we'd go later. So that's one issue. From the staff standpoint, and here I hope I'm capturing this, but chime in if I don't. As I understand it, the interest is in having meetings 2 of the weeks out of the month rather than 3 of the weeks out of the month. And I can imagine that for staff members, everything kind of revolves around the board meeting and sucks, what might be valuable time spent on the actual operation of the district. So if I misspoke, but I think that's a real concern, and I hope we are able to allow this, which would give us in some ways the best of a couple of worlds and might have the added advantage, as I think it was Director Deschel pointed out, of including or making it easier for citizens to participate to the extent that some may always have a commitment on Tuesdays, for example. If we have one committee meeting on a Tuesday and one committee that same week on a Wednesday, then it may well be that somebody can participate who otherwise wouldn't be able to. And by the same token, if somebody on a Tuesday night were faced with waiting through the first meeting before they could add comment at the second meeting, then that may be difficult too for people who are waiting and then have to go to work early in the next morning. So I'm hoping this kind of gives us a win-win-win in some ways, and hope you will accept the amendment. So that's my long-winded amendment. I don't think there's a second yet. Thank you.
Director Cook, for my own edification, could you simply state the amendment and then I will ask for a movement and a second?
Sure. Stating it is that it would amend Section 8, meeting schedule, item A, to read, A, the Finance and Planning Committee and the Operations and Safety Committee will typically be scheduled for the second Tuesday and Wednesday of each month after 5:30 p.m.
Thank you. Do I have a movement?
So move music.
Woo! Okay, I got a bunch of them. I'll take music as a first, and I think Director Broom, was that you seconding?
It was.
Okay, I will take that. And so now we are going to vote on that amendment. And then we'll move on because I understand Director Cook has a second amendment, but let's get this one done. And I'm assuming, Melanie, are you here? If I make a mistake on this, you'll correct me?
Yes, Madam Chair, you might want to take discussion on the motion to amend before you call for the vote.
Thank you, ma'am. Anybody want to talk about that before we vote? Director Broom, your hand is up.
It shouldn't be.
Okay, not on the amendment. So I see no one wanting to speak to the amendment. We will go to a vote. Are there any no votes on this amendment?
My hand is up.
I'm sorry, Director Lewis.
It's totally fine. I just had a quick question, if I might, Madam Chair.
How about it?
So the concern that I have is not necessarily for us, but maybe those that tune in, right? And essentially having folks potentially needing to tune in for 2 nights in a row instead of 1 night. And it sometimes is easier for folks to give up 1 night versus 2. And so I wonder what kind of consideration has been given for those, our constituents who might listen into these meetings.
Thank you, Director Lewis. Director Cook, do you want to speak to that, or Director Tisdale? Director Tisdale's hand is up, I see.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I would like to respond to that because the bottom line is, recall that by moving meetings in general to just 2 weeks in the month and have the 2 committees that meet regularly, the Performance Committee would meet less frequently. Those 2 committees would take up the Tuesday and the Wednesday of that week of the month. Then the board meeting would take up the Tuesday and the 4th week of the month. That's just 3 nights. Currently, the way we operate, we meet at least 3 Tuesday nights and sometimes 4. That, I think, therefore balances out your concern relative, at least to some extent, relative to the inability of people to make the meetings and say, well, geez, now they're going to have to be busy on 2 nights. Well, they currently are busy on at least 2 nights in addition to the board meeting. So it really is, I submit, no significant or substantial change. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Director. Director Lewis?
Yeah, I might ask that differently. I think so. As someone who has who's been a young mom, right? Someone who's had a kiddo who has been in school full time, who has held multiple jobs, that it's sometimes easier to dedicate one night, right? Even if it is consecutive Tuesdays, so the first, second, third, fourth Tuesday, than to take out 2 nights of your week as a parent or a full-time student or a full-time employee consecutively. And so my question is really getting at the root of that is like, had we considered potentially working families who would need to maybe skip making dinner, right, for kiddos 2 nights a week, consecutive nights, versus understanding that every single Tuesday that you meet at this time, that's more of my question.
Okay, I hear you. Director Cook or Director Tisdale, do you want to speak? I see Director Whitmore's hand is up. Were you waiting to have a separate comment, or did you want, okay, we'll wait on you. Director Deschel, you have a separate comment?
No, mine's germane to Director Lewis.
Okay, so I'm gonna, Director Cook, I see your hand is up probably to answer, but I'm gonna let Director Deschel add on since he believes that it's relevant. Go ahead, Director Deschel.
Yeah, I was just going to add on because I know that I was someone who was a proponent of splitting Tuesday, Wednesday versus just Tuesday. And that stemmed from input that I got from community members, which is I can't take Tuesdays off. I work Tuesdays, I can't do Tuesdays. And so I will preview that I may bring an amendment related to public comment to allow people to comment on what's happening that month, right? To accommodate the fact that some people can come on Tuesdays, some people can come on Wednesdays. Some people can't come Tuesday or Wednesday. But by expanding it to Tuesday and Wednesday and bringing it earlier in the evening, as opposed to 8, 9, 10, 11, if we were to stack them, that was, as someone who advocated for splitting Tuesday, Wednesday, that was the thought process behind it, was that it was the hope was that it was going to expand opportunity as opposed to, I guess, attractive. But it sounds like maybe it's half a dozen of one, 6 one, half a dozen of the other. But I appreciate your push and just wanted to share, certainly from my own perspective, why I advocated for split Tuesday, Wednesday.
That's
Thank you, Director Tisdale. Director Lewis, I just want to point out something, is that all of these meetings you can listen to at any time of the day, starting first thing tomorrow morning. And so if you're not able to attend on Tuesday night, and I understand that, or if you're not able to attend on Wednesday night, these meetings are always recorded. And as we stand today, you're not able to give input at the meeting. So anybody who would like to follow the meeting can do so, and then can give input to any one of the directors after the fact. So I just wanted to throw that in there, and the floor is back to you again, Director Lewis.
Thank you. And most of the meetings are available for record, just to clarify, but I do appreciate that. No, the Director Deschel, that's very helpful. So it does make me wonder, maybe this is later on, and I'll lean on our general counsel, if the amendment needs to be in conjunction with the public, like if it needs to be that public comment is offered during each of these committees, and I would feel much more comfortable with this amendment.
Okay, so I think I get where you're going with that, because I did my homework and read everything that's going on. But I think procedurally, we're going to take it one step at a time. You are always free to vote against the amendment, but we have a mover in a second. I'm going to take some more discussion, and we're going to move on to vote on this amendment. If you're okay with that, you're okay at the moment? Okay, thank you, ma'am. Director Whitmore, you're up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At first analysis of this, I was not too fond of the idea. I think we're trained to pretty much just take our Tuesday and reserve it for RTD as board members. And but I had to think that through a lot, and I had a conversation with Director Cook in this regard, several, I think. I've come around to the fact that I think this does make a great deal of sense. For those of us that serve on a Tuesday night committee, we can observe the Wednesday night committee. We can watch or listen the next day if we need more facts, if we happen to not be on that committee. But, the other point I think that was made early, perhaps by Director Tisdale, that I think is really important and mentioned by others. If this is a plan that is championed by the staff and does free up some productivity time on some of those other weeks where we don't have a formal prep meeting, I think that's very useful time to our staff to run the operations of this fine organization. With that, I don't have much more to say, so that means I should yield the floor, but I'll be in favor of the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Whitmore. Director Davidson.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Whitmore, thanks for the comments. Actually, my question is to Ms. Johnson, just a reaction in terms of what is easier in terms of managing staff time. I just would appreciate some commentary on it to understand the impact.
So thank you very much, Director Davidson. Madam Chair, if I may address this question.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. So in working with Directors Cook and Tisdale, I did take this back to the leadership team and we did have a conversation. There is an inordinate amount of time that is spent as we prepare for these meetings and recognizing that meetings will go to 11 o'clock at night. Oftentimes the next morning we have meetings at 7 a.m. and it's a constant cycle. With my experience that I've had working at 7 different transit agencies, typically they have been bi-weekly where we've had committee meetings and then there's been established board meeting dates. So it's something of which I'm familiar with. There's other members on the team that also have worked at various transit agencies or different public agencies that are accustomed to the same structure. So it seems as if even with board staff as well, and Ms. McManus and I have had the conversation as well with her team, it's a constant turning as we're looking at preparing materials that have to be put into the system. So holistically, it does take away a lot of time. And I'll just share this. I remember my first week here at the agency. By the time Thursday had approached, I had already been a part of 5 meetings. There was the operations and finance committee that I had. Then there was this ad hoc security committee. There was the GMOC meeting and an executive committee. And that was within literally 4 days. And I had already interfaced and had 5 committee meetings. And I think that we have an opportunity collectively as we hone in on what it is that we're doing and more or less you all, as the policy body taking things up for consideration because it gives us greater time to do our due diligence and recognizance to ensure that we're providing you adequate information to make an informed decision for your constituencies.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Director Davidson, you good? Okay. Chair Rivera-Malpiedi. No, you got one of those mouth moving, no sound things.
And I was so articulate. Thank you, Director Davidson. You were asking the exact same question I wanted to ask. And watching how much work the staff, both the leadership as well as our board staff puts into all of these meetings, I think it's really prudent for us to look at the best way for all of us to be successful to move forward. Any kind of information we need to get to the public and allowing our staff to be able to do it in a really good, timely manner. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm looking to see if I see anybody else's hand up that wants to speak to this amendment. And I do not. So we're going to go to a vote on the amendment that Director Cook brought forward. I have Director Busick as the mover, Director Brum as the second. Are there any no votes? Okay, with 15 in favor and no votes to the amendment passes and the original movement is amended accordingly. My understanding is Director Cook, you have a second amendment. Is that correct?
I do, and I can follow the procedure from before and just read it, and then you can see if there's a first and second if you'd like.
That'd be great.
Okay, this is, I'm characterizing it as housekeeping change. It's really to amend section 2, the description for standing committees, just to make the descriptions consistent with those put forward for board members to consider when they took the survey that's shown on packet page 152.
Okay, got the amendment. Do I have someone who would like to move on that?
So moved, Rivera Malpieri.
Second, Liz Moore.
Thank you. Let me make a note. Okay, do we have anybody who wants to speak to that amendment? Okay, seeing none, no discussion on that amendment, we will move to a vote. And I'm going to continue with the easy way out. Do we have any no votes on this housekeeping amendment? Hearing none. I'll take that as 15 yeses, no nos, no abstentions. The second amendment is added to the original movement, recommended whatever action. And we will now go back. Oh, Director Deschel, I see your hand.
I don't want you to get upset, but I have a third amendment from the floor.
I'm sorry. Tell me why you have your hand up. You
To
wanna
make
speak-
I would like to move to amend section 9, public comment, to have the first sentence read as follows. Public commentary germane to the topics listed in the published meeting agenda for the current or immediately preceding month will be taken at the beginning of each committee meeting period. The spirit behind this is to accommodate the purpose of having a Tuesday and a Wednesday for public comment, which is that some people can make Tuesday, some people can make Wednesday. And so if you can only make Wednesday, you should be able to comment on what happened on Tuesday or for the next Tuesday that's upcoming. That is the purpose of the amendment, is not to restrict people to just what's happening that night. But if there's something going on and you're able to make it out from the public, and you can speak to us about what's happening. And just because you're late by a day, it still gives you the opportunity to provide that feedback. Or early by a day.
So let me, for my own edification, and then we can have some discussion, because I'm not real clear on the amendment, is to allow public comment at every meeting on any other meeting.
Correct. Within the past month.
Within the past month. Okay. Do we have Director Catlin? Did you want to speak to that before I take a mover and a second on this amendment?
Yes, and I'm not clear because I believe that Director Deschel said it was germane to the agenda item, but it seems to me that if we have one committee on Tuesday that's vastly different than a committee on Wednesday, that comment on Wednesday would not be germane if it came forward from Tuesday's discussion. So I think the language might be not consistent with your intent, because I think what you want to say is if we have finance or the press committee, or I don't know which committee it is, but if we have one on one day and then we have a very different committee on the next day, that would not be germane to that agenda. That was just my comment. That's all.
Thank you, Director Catlin. Director Tisdale.
Respectfully, Madam Chair, I don't think that the hurdle that you see really is a hurdle. I believe that, as I heard it articulated, commentary germane to the topics listed in the published meeting agenda for, and I forget the exact phrasing, but it was essentially for that meeting or any other meeting in the prior month, does restrict it. It still has to be germane to one of the topics that's on the published agenda in one of those meetings. So it's not a prohibition that says, well, it's not germane to this particular meeting, because the adjective germane applies to the entire clause that follows, which is that meeting or the meetings in the prior month. So I think it actually does work.
Okay, I may have misheard it. So I was just concerned that it might be inconsistent.
And Madam Chair, if I may, I would look to Director Deschel to see if I have correctly characterized the import of his amendment.
Director Deschel?
I appreciate Director Catlin looking out for the intent. And Director Tisdale, yeah, you were correct, right? The intent there is right that the germane applies to the current topics on that night's agenda, as well as the preceding month's agenda.
So let us do this correctly. I'm going to ask for a mover and a second on this amendment, and then we will have discussion. Do I have a mover?
So moved.
Second.
Geisinger, and second is?
Okay.
Okay, well, hi there, Julian, how are you? Okay, so now we have a mover and a second, and we will now have discussion on Director Deschel's amendment. Do I see any hands up? Okay, my hand is up, putting my hand up. The issue that I have here that I would be happy to have anybody comment on is what will happen if the constituent begins speaking and it's not germane to anything except something that they want to talk about.
Point of order.
Director Tisdale?
And I just answered the question. A point of order would be raised, indicating that the speaker is out of order. Additionally, another way of doing it, the highest procedural motion under Roberts is to call for the orders of the day, and that restricts it to the topics that are germane. So if someone got up and said, say, by the way, I want to talk about having free rides for anybody with blue eyes, it's simply not, I'm presuming, would not be germane to anything. A point of order would be raised and the speaker would be asked, please, to terminate their comments.
Thank you, Director Tisdale. That's exactly was my point. Director Deschel, your hand is down quickly. Woo! Director Busick, I see you next in line.
Thanks, and I just need clarification. I may have misheard. So the comment from the public at a committee meeting can be on items germane to that committee meeting, any committee meeting that month, or any committee meeting from the prior month? Did I hear that right?
Correct. Oh, sorry.
Okay.
That's okay.
So I guess
may I respond to the question?
You may, go ahead.
Yes, Director Busick, that is the intent, but I realized after I said it that we don't publish, like next Tuesday's, or the board agenda isn't published yet. So as phrased from a practical standpoint, the effect would be it's that meeting or the prior meetings, because to my knowledge, as of today, we don't publish committee agendas out more than.
Well, I got the answer to my question, and I guess the reason I bring it up is that what I see is in any given month, we have a committee meeting and a board meeting, and typically the action items that come out of committee get voted on and adopted in that board meeting. And the following month, if you are letting public comment on action that's already taken and it's been adopted, and I don't know what the purpose of that is.
Director Deschel?
Yeah, I think the purpose from my perspective, and it gets brought up a lot here, which is that the board takes an action, and often the board also has the ability to take a different action. and to change our course. So to allow public comment on actions we've already taken is another way for the public to hold us accountable and say, look, you made decision X. And decision X was bad in my opinion, and here's why. To allow for that civic engagement and to, it's used as justification both ways regularly in these meetings of, well, this isn't final, the board made a decision, the board can also always change the decision. And so that is what it seeks to accomplish. And again, it seeks to really try to encourage people to comment publicly.
I understand that. I appreciate public comment, but if the board has adopted something in a prior month and you're going to let people comment on it the following month, it's not properly before the board. The board can't take any additional action on it in that current month because there's been no notice or anything like that. So I guess, I mean, I'm all in favor of letting people comment on anything going on in that given month, but going back to a prior month, I don't think I can support that because I don't know where it gets us other than, maybe somebody was late to the party of the prior month. They can, make a comment, but there's not much we can do with it other than have that information, I suppose. But anyway, that's my comment. Thanks.
Thank you, Director Busick. Director Deschel, I would like to point out that the public can comment anytime. It is not mandatory that in order for me personally to hear my constituents, that they have to present themselves at a meeting. I get phone calls, I get emails, I get text messages, and my constituents can comment to me 24/7, 365 days out of the year. So I am not real clear my own self on why it's necessary that we have public comment at every meeting related to any meeting prior to, then before, and the next night. And I'm a little bit confused if your constituents can only reach you through public comment.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Who's that, Director Lewis?
Yeah,
Yeah, please.
just because it's germane to this discussion that we're having. So I raised this initially about having public comment at every committee. And the reason I raised this is because the way in which the board is currently structured, if we have our committee meetings, things pass out of the committee or maybe fail. And then we take it to the board for an official vote, and that's when we have public comment. And at least it's been my experience on the board that we tend to not, that the decisions are already made when it comes to public comment, and we tend to not change our minds or our votes in that way. And so the ask around having public comment at every committee is that the public can, one, see the discussion that's happening with board directors, and also provide some comment as it pertains to the discussion that we are having or the agenda item that is relevant. But as it stands now, folks have to wait for, if we have our first meeting on the first Tuesday of the month, folks have to wait until the fourth Tuesday of the month, so that all directors can hear from the individual who is providing the public comment. And while I understand that each of us is in communication with our constituents, and as we should be, and we receive those communications in different ways, that it's an opportunity for us to hear from all of the constituents within the Regional Transportation District on conversations that are relevant in that time. And so that's why I was asking for the public comment to happen at every single committee. I will just state for Director Busick that one of the things that we're concerned about is actually something that hasn't happened, right? Like I've served on the board for 3 years, going into my 4th year, and I've not seen, and please keep me honest and correct me if I'm wrong, but I've not seen a constituent come to public comment during our board meeting and talk about a concern or an issue that was raised 6 months ago. They tend to talk about issues that have fallen into one of the four meetings that we would have had previously. And so that's been my experience, but I'm happy to hear from other directors.
Okay, so let's have a little order here. I'm going to let some people who've been sitting patiently with their hands up speak, and then we can come back to the open discussion on Director Deschel's amendment. Director Broom, is it relevant to the amendment that Director Deschel made?
No, it's not.
Okay, then I'm sorry, you have to stand by for just a minute. Director Catlin, is your comment relevant to the amendment that we are discussing?
It is, and I had the same concerns that Director Busick had, that we take public comment of any nature, regardless of topic, at all of our board meetings. And I presume that would continue. The idea here is that for committee meetings, then we could accept comment from that day or the previous day or anything in that month. I would be hesitant to permit any kind of public comment that wasn't germane to the activities of that week for the committees themselves. But to allow any type of public comment, as we do now, in my mind would be okay. But we actually, after the committees, we could receive comment at those meetings, which we have not done up to this point. But then to have the opportunity to have a second bite at the apple at the regular board meeting, when presumably we could have gathered more input, would be appropriate. I just think that we should, for efficiencies, confine the comments to that which has occurred within the month on those individual committees. That's my personal preference.
Thank you, Director Catlin. Director Whitmore?
Thank you. I think Director Catlin asked the question I was seeking, as general comments would always be included at the board meetings of any nature. So if that is the case, then I'm fine. Thanks.
You're welcome, sir. Director Busick?
Yeah, thanks. I just want to make sure that my point was made clear, but because Director Lewis's comments made me think maybe that I wasn't very clear. So I am all in favor of public comment in committee meetings and having this change. But it doesn't seem to make sense to be able to have people comment on things from a prior month when that action is done. It's done, right? We've had committee, it's gone to the board, it's done. And now we're in the next month. I'm all in favor of all this comment at committee meetings and board meetings. But what are we going to do about the comment from last month? What can we do with that? And the reality of it is, Director Deschamps, it'll probably never happen, but I guess I just don't understand the concept. Thanks, that's all I have.
Thank you, Director Busick. Again, and I'm going to let both Director Lewis have their hands up and Director Deschamps. I want to point out that the Board of Directors, all of the information that we are going to discuss on any Tuesday or Wednesday night comes out the Thursday before. People who wish to comment have days to review it and formulate their questions or their comments. They can send those to all or any of the directors via phone or email prior to the meeting. They are always welcome to come and speak at the meeting, but I also have objections to comments that are outside of the meeting. We just are having a big discussion here about trying to be more effective. And I personally do not see that having public comment in person that didn't get answered any place before any other way about all kinds of meetings is going to be effective. So that's my 2 cents worth. I'm coming back to you guys. Hold on. Director Davidson, is your comment relevant to the discussion?
Yes, it is, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Please, sir.
I'll keep it brief. I know we've heard this a number of times, and it is difficult for people to come in and comment. So I just wanted to, I'm in support of this. I just wanted to explain that I understand a lot of the concerns as well. Just for consideration, what I'm thinking about here is I'm interested to try something new. If it does not work, and if we're getting a lot of, either very long meetings or, not topics that are germane, I think we can address that, discuss how we might handle that. So simply just wanted to explain my thinking in case that was helpful to anyone else. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Director Davidson. Good point. Okay, let's see. Director Lewis?
Thank you. I do want to just underscore that we are talking about something that has never happened before, or I don't want to say has never happened, but has not happened since I've been on the board for the past few years. And so we might be planning for we might be, this may not be the best use of our time, but I would like to just talk about what it is that we're actually talking about. We're talking about 3 minutes of public comment at every committee meeting for individuals to participate in. And it's been my experience, and maybe the experience of other board members, that even when we were in the flesh, when we were meeting in the boardroom and not via Zoom, that we would have 2, 3, 4 members who were actually participating in public comment. And I bet you all can recall a time where we've had our board meetings and we've had no one show up for public comment. And so I just want to really hone in on what it is that we're discussing. And we're discussing potentially 15 minutes max of public comment. And so when we talk about efficiency, I don't think that I cannot envision having so many people show up for public comment that we're going to be, hearing public comment for 2 hours. I would also like to say, if public comment is available for every committee meeting, then we aren't stacking it, right? As we currently are, only having that available once a month. And so if you have 10 folks who wanted to public comment, you can potentially split those folks up for the different Tuesday, Wednesday meeting versus all 10 of those folks are going to public comment, because that's the only opportunity that they have to speak to all of the board of directors. And I think this is an opportunity for us to remember that people come to public comment to speak to all of us, and have probably more often than not, very likely that they've already talked to each one of you and have come to tell us what it is that they've already told you as individual directors.
Okay, thank you, Director Lewis. Director Broom has been so patient. I'm going to call for a vote on Director Deschel's amendment, and then we will go. Director Rosenthal, do you need to speak to Director Deschel's amendment?
It would be great if somebody could read that for us again briefly, so I can just refresh.
Absolutely.
Thanks.
Director Deschel, I think that's on you.
It would be my pleasure, and I just emailed it to Tice Trace on the forum. The motion would amend the first sentence of section 9 so that it reads, public comment germane to the topics listed in the published meeting agenda for the current and immediately preceding month will be taken at the beginning of each committee meeting.
Okay. Everybody's good? The movement on this was Director Geisinger, second by Director Bouquet. I'm going to ask, are there any no votes on this amendment?
Madam Chair, this is Director Broom.
Mr. Patient?
I'll be a no vote.
Thank you, Director Broom. Anybody else?
Busick, no vote.
Director Busick?
Catlin, no.
Catlin is a no vote. Make me write this all down. I am a no vote. Anybody else?
Rivera Malpiedi, no vote.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay, so this amendment then with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 yes votes and 5 no votes and nobody abstaining, the amendment is amended on to the original movement. Director Tisdale, will you wait till we're done with the vote? You good? Okay, we are moving on. Director Broom has been waiting very, very long time. We appreciate that, Director Broom. We are now back to the original, stand by one, recommended action, which possibly I could read again if I had it in my hot little fist, which I don't know if I do. Director, can someone read it for us? The original recommended action?
Oh, wait a minute.
I could do that, Madam Chair.
That would be great, Director Cook. Thank you.
Yeah, it would be for the Board of Directors to adopt revisions to its committee structure in order to optimize the number of members assigned to each committee, encourage full and fruitful debate by decentralizing decision-making, leverage members' relevant experience, and promote meeting efficiencies.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay. And on the original, I have original Director Deschelle is the mover and Chair Rivera Malpiedi is the second. And we will now go to discussion on the original recommended action. Director Broom, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I support, for the most part, the new committee makeup that are being discussed tonight. The only thing I would say is rather than doing this all at one time, why not wait until we reconvene at a physical location and then take a look and determine whether we really want to have public invited to be heard at these committee meetings or not. Some people are going to be very disappointed when they come in to one of those physical meetings and they want to address the board and there's only 5 people there. But anyway, instead of doing this all in one bite, I'd say put it off for a minute. And I got to hang up my other phone.
Thank you, Director Broom. We appreciate that. Director Tisdale, I see your hand next.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. 2 thoughts, each of which is sort of a housekeeping matter that I would ask some clarification on. I don't know that they rise to the level of an amendment, but I need to clarify, and specifically regarding the motion now as amended in addressing the first item brought forward by Director Cook, saying that we would meet on the second Tuesday and Wednesday of the month. I just realized that we may have inartfully stated that unintentionally, because I have to ask, what about the month when Wednesday is on the first day of that month? In that case, the 8th day of that month is the second Wednesday, but the 14th day of that month is the second Tuesday. And so I believe
Director Rosenthal, it'd be great if you would mute yourself until it's your turn to speak. Thank you.
Sorry,
I'm sorry,
my bad.
Director Tisdale.
Right. So the point is that is easily solved if we were to take, and I would ask if we could seek unanimous consent on this, to say that the resolution as proposed by Director Cook and moved by someone else and seconded and then adopted by the committee unanimously, by this committee unanimously, is to say the second Tuesday and then insert 2 words, the following, and then continue on Wednesday. So it would read the second Tuesday and the following Wednesday. So instead of saying the second Tuesday and Wednesday, the fix is the second Tuesday and the following Wednesday. And I would ask at this time, Madam Chair, if it's your pleasure, if we could seek unanimous consent for that amendment.
Thank you, Director Tisdale. I can do that. Is there anyone who is opposed to adding the words "and the following Wednesday" to the recommended action? Please speak now or forever hold your peace.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Hearing nothing, I am assuming that is effective. Do you have more to add at this moment, Director Tisdale?
Yes, ma'am. The second housekeeping is the resolution itself does not contain the specific recommendations that are contained in the discussion. So I would again ask if we could just seek unanimous consent that the recommended action item adds at the end in accordance with the following discussion. That would then capture the discussion points that are enumerated paragraphs 1 through 9 below in the discussion. Because right now it just says, we want to change things to make them better. Thank you.
Got it. I think that we can take that on as if anyone is not, there's only one thing. I have to get a Robert's Rules of Order gold star if we get through this and finally get to take a vote on the original recommended action. Is there anybody who is opposed to the add-on to the end of the original recommended action? Hearing none, we will add that. I hope that somebody at RTD is taking notes because I am not at the moment. Okay, Director Tisdale, thank you for all of that. Do you have more to add?
Just one more. And we all know that our staff is taking copious, competent notes in all regards as to each of these comments. My last comment is that the discussion has been raised in, I think, other fora that the isolation of external government relations to the executive committee might be problematic. And I think that a comment has already been made to the effect that the executive committee could and should take the opportunity when it presents itself to engage other members of the board as well. So I think that problem actually is solved and is not one that should be an overwhelming, debilitating issue in going forward with the recommended action now as amended. So I thank you very much for the opportunity to raise those points.
Thank you, Director Tisdale. It's always a pleasure. I want to point out, as was stated earlier in this meeting, that this is not, we're not Moses coming down the hill with this stuff carved in stone. So we're going to give it a shot as it stands so far, and I'm open to taking other comment. Director Tisdale, you could put your hand down and I will recognize Director Bouquet.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I do want to say a special thank you to Directors Cook and Tisdale for putting this all together. I know this is a massive amount of work, and for those who are all involved. This isn't a hill I'm willing to die on, but I did want to just maybe get a response either from Directors Cook, Tisdale, or potentially a director who voted in favor of this. And that comes down to the chairs and vice chairs of the standing committees. I know that if I look at it, it was a majority of 8 to 7, in which it basically would be executive, it would be the executive committee selecting the chairs and vice chairs of each of those standing committees, where my main issue would be, I feel like we would want to try to decentralize a little bit of the say from the executive committee and give a little bit more autonomy to the standing committees. If I could just get a response to, either from Directors Cook or Tisdale regarding preference for, I know it is a majority vote, but for an 8 to 7 vote, why there might be a preference, or, what are the pros to having the executive committee ultimately select the chairs and vice chairs for these standing committees, where, in my opinion, in my viewpoint, I feel it'd be more beneficial to have these committees to have a little bit more autonomy to select their own chair and vice chair. Thank you.
You are welcome, Director Bouquet. I'm going to ask Director Cook to speak for a few minutes so that we give Director Tisdale a chance to rest. Director Cook, you are muted.
Truthfully, I was in the 8, but I didn't feel strongly about it. And in fact, in the spirit in which we're taking and making these changes, I would be willing to try that. These pieces don't have to go in the bylaws, and they are the kinds of things that I think, as we suggested about other pieces, could be modified as we see how the experience goes. So I could switch to the other point of view pretty readily. And I don't know if that's useful in terms of what we're doing tonight. We could act tonight as shown. We could discuss whether we want to change it at the main meeting or just try out one way or the other. So.
If I might, Madam Chair.
Yes, Director Bouquet.
In favor of time, I appreciate that, Director Cook. I think it would be beneficial if potentially we could add that amendment to our main board meeting, where we would switch the language from basically the chairs and vice chairs will be selected by the members of the committee. I think that would be excellent in favor of time. I want to respect everyone's time here for a main board meeting, especially if you are considering switching from the 8 to the 7 and making it 8 to 7. So,
Madam Chair, General Counsel, I think we need to clarify, it would take a motion either tonight or then. In order to affect it, it might be that there'd be more time for people to think about it and we could, take it up then, or, your preference. But just to clarify, I think it would take a motion in one case or the other.
That's my understanding. Ms. Snyder, do you concur?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, we need to have a motion to amend, just as we've been doing this whole evening.
Okay, are we up for another, Director Bouquet? Would you like to have out another amendment?
sure, I would love to.
Okay.
And my apologies, I don't know the direct section. It would be changing the language to the chairs and vice chairs will be selected by the members of said committee. Would be changing, I'm sorry, Director Cook, if you could help me out.
Or Director Tisdale, either one of you.
Tisdale.
Finding that item, hold on.
It's item on the discussion item. It's discussion 5. It would basically change.
Thank you, Director Tisdale. That was good. Sign language now. We're degraded to sign language. Okay, could you verbalize very clearly the amendment, Director Bouquet, slowly and clearly? And then I will ask for a mover and a second on that.
Yeah, so the amendment would change the language from the executive committee will nominate the chair and vice chair of each committee, and the nomination will be ratified by the board as soon as practicable in January of each year. The term of each committee chair and vice chair will be 1 year. That language would change to the chairs and vice chairs will be selected by the members of the committee.
I'm good on that. Do I have a movement?
Move. Director Lewis.
Thank you. Michelle is second. Thank you. Now, do we have discussion on that amendment? I see a bunch of hands up. If you do not wish to speak to this amendment, if you could put your hand down for a moment, I will recognize you again in a bit. If you want to speak to this amendment, Director Rosenthal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so the part about their terms will be for 1 year, that still remains.
Director Bouquet? Yes, he says yes, Director Rosenthal.
Okay. Yeah, so I guess I'm struggling with that part. I do think that the chairs and vice chairs should be selected by the executive committee, and that the full board can then have a say on that kind of leadership. So I guess I do disagree with that concept. Thank you.
You would be a no vote. Thank you, sir. Director Busick, do you wish to speak to this amendment?
I do, and I'm looking for this I'm looking for this 8 to 7 count in the staff report. Can you point me to the page that's on?
If I may, Madam Chair.
Yes, Director Bouquet.
That page in particular, so it was a second, I believe it was Mr. McKay sent that separate form to us, and that ultimately came down to, I believe in the report itself, it was page.
It's page 162, if I may.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm struggling tonight with page numbers, so thank you.
Okay. Director Busick?
Yeah, I'm trying to get to page 162.
It's the supplemental questionnaire that was disseminated. It's number 3. It says committee chairs.
Got it. Okay, that's, I just wanted to be pointed in the right place. Thanks.
Okay, now everybody that's following along can also know where we are referring to. Director Tisdale, do you need to speak to this amendment? Please, you have the floor. Director Busick, you're finished for now. Your hand's still up. Go to your room. Put your hand down. Director Tisdale, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I did want to address one thing that was mentioned by Director Cook in the discussion on this, and the comment that, well, it's 8 to 7, and I would be happy to flip over and make it the other way around. recall that this is a 10-vote requirement. These are amendments to the bylaws. The bylaws require 10 votes in favor of a change. The bylaws set forth how committees are designated, and the fact is that the chair currently has the power to designate chair and vice chair. So it still will require, and I don't have any opposition to the question going forward. I personally am opposed to the amendment. I prefer to have the way that we've got it stated, which is that the executive committee shall nominate and the board as a full board shall ratify and affirm that selection. But in any event, however we go forward, these are all bylaw amendments, and it's 10 votes that is required, 10 votes that are required in order to make the change. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Director Tisdale. Sorry, Director Cook, you only one person. You can't make that much of a change. Yes, Director Tisdale, Deschel, who is that? Deschel?
It's Deschel. This is a question for council, perhaps, which is that from a technical matter, these amendments are actually not amendments to the bylaws. They're an amendment to an action that would be to the bylaws. And therefore, I believe that they actually only need a simple majority, but the motion as a whole, the action as a whole would need the 10 vote to actually make the change to the bylaws. The rest of these are just simple majority. Is that because they're really just amending the action that exists?
Yes.
Madam Chair. if I may.
Yes, Ms. Snyder, please.
Yes, thanks for that opportunity to clarify. Yes, the action that the board is taking tonight is to agree and to come to consensus on potential changes to the bylaws. So the board, we will take whatever the board does tonight, and I will work with staff to prepare amendments to the bylaws, and then the board will review those. And Director Tisdale is right; those will require a 10 director vote. But this evening, we don't need a 10 director vote on each one of these items.
Thank you, Ms. Snyder.
You're welcome.
Okay, everybody take a big breath. I'm going to let Director Whitmore is in the running for patience now. You have the floor, sir.
No problem, Madam Chair. Good discussion. I just am inclined to agree with Director Tisdale. I'd still have a better comfort level with the executive committee with this task than the suggested amendment. I have no problem with it moving forward, but I haven't enough time to digest that little switcheroo there. So I would have to be a no for tonight on the amendment.
Thank you, sir. Director Cook, you're up.
Yeah, General Counsel Snyder, we talked earlier, not about this item, but it was my impression that not all of these pieces did need to go into you had even said, this doesn't have to go into the bylaws. Are there pieces of the action we're taking tonight that do and don't, there's Kitty, need to be in the bylaws? Because truthfully, I had switched based upon the assumption that the method of choice didn't have to be in the bylaws. So please clarify.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, Ms. Snyder, thank you.
So thank you, Director Cook. So what we're trying to accomplish tonight is to get some consensus on how to move forward with how the board is going to change the committee structure. We're going to have another step of what happens, how the bylaws are actually amended. So the board doesn't need to decide tonight exactly which pieces need to go into the bylaws. And I do think that there's going to be some discretion there. Certainly the board could put every single detail about, rainy nights on a Tuesday. And, you could put all kinds of details in the bylaws, but it doesn't mean the board necessarily should. So the objective this evening is to get some consensus, and then we will have a conversation about which things get memorialized in the bylaws. And keep in mind, it cuts both ways. It's good to have certain things in the bylaws so it's very clear, but you also don't want to create unnecessary restrictions that as you spend a couple months, you realize a few little things need to be tinkered with and tweaked. So I guess that's a long way to say that we will have to determine, or the board will have to determine, what level of detail you actually want to put in the bylaws. But the objective this evening is to get some consensus around these general paths forward.
Yeah, so these particular pieces that we've talked about having flexibility, whether it's Tuesday and Wednesday, for example, or whether we have public comment that includes the prior month, or this one could be something the board says, well, we're not going to put that in the bylaws to begin with. Is that true?
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, ma'am.
I think the more substantive and sort of the less kind of clerical or granular, that's the way you're going to want to look at it. The more substantive, where you're really defining the roles and responsibilities of either the officers or the various committees, you want to memorialize those in the bylaws. But some of the more administrative aspects don't really, I wouldn't recommend including those in the bylaws.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, Director Cook, you ready to stand down for a moment?
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, Director Lewis, you're up.
I just wanted to let Director Bouquet know that I support this, and I think it's a great opportunity for us to really model what it looks like to decentralize decision-making. And I see an opportunity in the chair and vice chairs being elected by the body in which they'll be working with as a benefit, that they would essentially be determined by their peers as opposed to the executive committee. And so I do support this.
Thank you, Director Lewis. Director Bouquet, you are next in line.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Director Lewis. I just want to state, just for the record to clarify, so because kind of going off of Director Whitmore's comment of, oh, have we seen this before? And so this is on packet page 162. Basically, it came down to option A or option B, and it was a vote of 8 in favor of option B and 7 in favor of option A. The option A basically states the members of each committee will select the committee's chair and vice chair during the committee's first meeting each year. Committee members may nominate themselves or others for chair and vice chair positions. So that's really what I'm looking for in this amendment. And I do want to point out too, our current chair of this board did vote in favor of option A, which I think is interesting because she is in the executive committee. So I just wanted to point it out there. If anyone does need more reference, like visual reference, it is bottom of packet page 162. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Bouquet. Director Vermeil Piatti.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did vote in favor of this because I do think that the chairs and the vice chairs should be selected by their committee members. I think they need to determine what the leadership should be in their specific committees as they're looking at a body of work that they need to move forward for the good of the district. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, I'm calling. How do you say it? Director Tisdale, call the question? I'm calling the question. So now we are going to vote on the amendment that Director Bouquet has put forward. Director Chair Vermeil Piatti, your hand is still up. Okay. Are there any no votes on this amendment?
No.
Madam Chair, I'd like to call for a roll call vote.
Okay, I can do that. I know how to do that.
7 to 8.
Okay, we'll just go right down the list. Director Bouquet, you're first.
Yes.
Director Broom, I think you're second.
No.
Director Catlin, I think you're next. I'm doing this from memory here, so bear with me. If I skip you, sing out.
Actually, you skipped Busick.
Oh, yeah, well, of course. Director Busick?
Oh.
No. Director Catlin?
No.
I think Director Deschelle is next.
Cook is next, but I'm a yes.
Okay, I'll go back to Cook. You guys got to help me out here. I'm doing this and writing at the same time. Director Cook?
I'm a yes.
A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Geisinger.
You forgot Davidson.
Oh, yeah, well, that's so good. You vote first, I'll come back to him. Director Geisinger?
Oh, you want me to vote? I'm a no.
Okay, Director Davidson.
Yes.
CDFG, Geisinger.
Director Lewis.
Thank you, Director
welcome.
Lewis. What's your vote?
I'm a yes.
Okay, this is really fun to
Chair,
do.
would you like me to go through the rest of the list?
Well, I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Director
Okay.
Rosenthal,
No.
you're a no. Director, I don't have to go in alphabetical order. Director Whitmore.
I probably could be persuaded, Director Bouquet, but tonight I'm a no.
Okay, Director Tisdale.
Sorry, no.
Okay. Director Williams, I'm a yes. Chair Rivera Malpiedi.
Yes.
Chair, how many do I have there, Ms.
And
McManus?
there's one more yes. This is.
Oh, Director Sloan, thank you. You're a yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Now I get 2 brownie points. Okay, now we're gonna 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 yeses is my count, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 no's. The amendment passes. There are no abstentions. There are 7 no's. The no votes are Broom, Busick, Catlin, Geisinger, Rosenthal, Whitmore, and Tisdale. Everybody else is a yes vote. That amendment passes. Oh, boy, I'm telling you, I'm just chalking up the points here. Okay, now we are back to the original recommended action. Does anybody else have an amendment that they want to make?
I do, Madam Chair.
Oh, no. Okay, Director Rosenthal, what's your amendment?
Well, while we are on the concept of allowing more board members to speak in serious and important matters, and as the board members know, some of my concerns regarding the number of officers that we elect and their titles, I believe that on number 3 for executive committee should only be chair, vice chair, and if we combine secretary, treasurer, and don't have a second vice chair anymore, then what'll happen is then we can have 2 board members who are selected by the body to serve. It could be 6-month term, 1-year term, and then that way regular members will have a chance to serve. Let's just say I prefer 6 months, and that way you will have 4 members who will be able to serve on the executive committee who are not officers, because right now it's all officers. And I think this will open up more opportunity for more members of the body. So I propose an amendment that reads, the executive committee shall consist of 5 officers, including the chair, vice chair, and secretary/treasurer, and 2 members who are selected by the body for 6-month terms for the 2 members and 1-year term for the 3 officers.
Okay, do I hear someone who wants to put that movement forward, that amendment?
I'm happy to support it, but I just have a few questions if.
We'll get to the questions after we get them in a second. I'm trying to keep us moving here. Do you want to move on it, Director Lewis? That'd be great. Yeah?
I'll move on it for the sake of discussion.
Okay, thank you. And do we have a second?
Second, Sloan.
Okay, thank you, Director Sloan. We are now open to discussion. Director Lewis, I'm coming back to you.
Right now? Go. Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to better understand the terms, the 6 months versus the 1 year. Can you just repeat that for me?
Sure, and thank you. Oh, may I speak? Thank you, Madam
Yes.
Chair, and thank you, Director Lewis, for for seconding. So the concept being, if we make it every 6 months, then we have 2 members of the executive committee who are elected every 6 months. That would allow for 4 members at any given year to serve on the executive committee who are not officers, who are not chairs of committees, who are not vice chairs of committees. They could be, I suppose, but that way it would be anybody who garners the support of a majority of members to serve.
Thank you so much. And I wonder if I might offer a friendly amendment to your amendment. And the reason I asked is because 6 months, I think about 6 months, and you might be coming into the middle of a project or into the middle of discussion, and you may not have the background to be able to thoughtfully or thoroughly participate in that discussion. And so I wonder if instead of 6 months, all 3 are just a year. Would you be open to that? And of course, you don't have, you think about it, and then you can hear the rest of the discussion.
And I appreciate that. And it's 2, by the way, is my amendment is for you have the 3 officers who serve a year. They're elected the same as we always do: chair, vice chair, secretary, treasurer. And then there will be 2 seats that will be every 6 months. And, you know, from having served on the executive committee, I can't say that there's anything that's so, you know, necessarily burning that it would be so critical, like, oh my God, we need continuity, that, you know, a 6 month will be disruptive. I don't sense that at all.
Director Lewis, are you good? Okay. Director Catlin, you're up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So effectively what you're doing, and I always say titles are cheap, is that you're taking away the second vice chair and combining the secretary treasurer. So you have 3 quote officers, but all 5 officers are currently voted on by the entire board anyway. And so you're just replacing 2 for shorter term for 2 that are no longer on the board. So it's really the same thing, only it requires another election at the mid-year for those 2 board members that are not quote officers, even though they've been elected just in the same fashion that the previous 5 were elected. So I'm just making a point that it seems like we're creating one more board-wide election for those two at-large positions, which really, by the way of how we've done it in the past, they're all at-large positions. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Director Catlin. Okay, I'm going to go on down the line. Director Broom.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a question. Are the officers enumerated in the bylaws or are they in the state statute?
Ms. Snyder?
Yes, Madam Chair, if I may. Thank you for that question, Director Broom. I was just looking at the statute, and the statute does provide that it is the board may elect 1 director as chairman of the board, another director as chairman pro tem, which I think we've taken as the vice chair, and to appoint 1 or more persons as secretary and treasurer of the board. So I think that the actual statute would allow this proposed amendment.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, Director Catlin, did you have more? Okay, Director Broom, you finished?
Everything except taking my hand down.
Director Dishell?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Director Rosenthal, for bringing this amendment. It's been a great discussion. I think with combining the government relations role, I tend to be more in favor of the 1 year just because of the way of the state legislative session working, and wanting to make sure that people can work with people for the first half as well as the second half to do any follow-up on committees or things of that nature that meet during outside of legislative session. So, Director Williams, buckle your seatbelt. have an amendment to the amendment.
Okay, I'm hanging in there. Go ahead.
Unless General Counsel Snyder tells me I can't do that.
Ms. Snyder, is it possible, since we have not taken a vote, that we could reword this amendment?
You know, if both the move-in and the seconder want to agree to withdraw, we could have a new, fresh fourth motion to amend.
Director Sloan?
I agree.
Director Lewis? Okay, Director Deschel, what's your revised amendment?
My
Although
revised
it's-
amendment is to
I believe it's my amendment, but I will accept his proposal and suggestion.
wonderful. Director Rosenthal, I did not keep as good track of as you did of the actual language. Would you mind reading it out?
Sure. So as revised, section number 3, executive committee. The executive committee will consist of 5 officers, although actually we probably shouldn't say officers. It should say 5 members, including the chair, vice chair, secretary/treasurer, and 2 members. The process for nomination and selection of members will mirror current practices and will serve for a term of 1 year.
Okay, Director Lewis, do you want to move on it again?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, we'll take you as the movement. Director Sloan, would you like to be the second?
Sure, to get it on the floor.
Okay, now we have discussion. Anybody want to speak to the amendment of the amendment of the amendment? No. Okay, hearing nothing, I'm going to ask for a vote. Are there any no votes? Director Geisinger? I can't hear you.
Could you just read it again, please?
Director Rosenthal?
Sure. Thank you, Director Geisinger. So executive committee. So the executive committee shall consist of 5 members, including the chair, vice chair, secretary treasurer, and 2 members selected from the body, period. The process for nomination and selection of members will mirror current recent practices and will serve for a term of 1 year.
Director Geisinger, you good?
Just one quick comment. That really is the same as what we have now, except a change of titles. Is that correct? I guess I'm not sure, where that takes us, but that's a comment.
We're all kind of nodding. I see a bunch of heads nodding here. So there seems to be
Yes, and
concurrence.
it really does, but at the same token, let's have positions that actually kind of reflect something where it makes sense. I mean, I get approached in public like, ooh, you have access to the money, you're treasurer. Like, no, I don't have access to any money. I mean, except for the budget, which hopefully I know staff is like, dude, when are we going to start talking about the 2022 budget? Actually, something really, as important as what we're doing. So I get that, but it would be nice to have proper titles, which are important.
Okay, we're going to take a vote on this amended amendment. Are there any no votes?
No. Roll call.
Anyone? Gotta make, okay,
Do a
here we
roll
go.
call.
I can do it. Or I guess, Ms. McManus, if you would like to call the roll for this vote, please. Now she's
I would
gone.
love to.
Okay, have at it.
Director Bouquet,
No.
Director Broom,
No.
Director Busick,
No.
Director Catlin,
No.
Director Cook,
No.
Director Davidson,
No.
Director Deschel,
Yes.
Director Geisinger,
No.
Director Lewis,
Yes.
Chair Rivera Malpieri,
No.
Director Rosenthal,
Yes.
Director Sloan,
No.
Director Tisdale,
No.
Director Whitmore,
No.
Director Williams.
No.
So I have
13.
13 noes, 12 noes and 3 yeses. So it fails.
Thank you. And to be short, could you tell us who the yeses were, please?
Yes, Director Lewis, Director Rosenthal, and Director Deschel.
Everybody else would be a no for the record. Okay, that amendment fails. We come back to the original recommended action. Do I need to read it again?
Yes, please.
Okay, the recommended action says for the Board of Directors to adopt revisions to its committee structure in order to optimize the number of members assigned to each committee, encourage full and fruitful debate by decentralizing decision-making, leverage members' relevant experience, and promote meeting efficiencies. Let's see, way back when, I think
Point of
that,
order, Madam Chair.
yes, Director Tisdale.
As amended, it reads, in accordance with the following discussion.
Oh, thank you. I'm writing that down. Thank you. With the following. Okay. Seems to me that sometime back in 2019, Chair Rivera Malpieri was the original mover and Director Rosenthal was the second. And Director Sloan, I'm sorry. You have your hand up? But
Did you
you're-
say in 2019?
Yes, I did. I was making a joke.
I do have my hand up on the full motion discussion.
Okay, so since we already have a mover and a second on this, unless the board office, can you help me? I believe, just for the record, before we go to discussion, that the movement was Chair Rivera Malpieri and the second was Director Rosenthal. Is that correct? Oh, no, the original was Director Deschel and the second was Chair. I got it. Big note here, says original. Okay, now we will go back to discussion on the original recommended action. Director Sloan.
I am in full accord with the intent of this. I would just like to point out that the discussion this evening shows the inadequacy of the survey form of taking the temperature of the group. This is a very collaborative board and people come to agreement when they're discussing it. And when you just have a yes or no or 5 or 7, you don't get the advantage of the discussion and agreement. It could be that there's actually no conflict between the choices, that you can come to, to the middle. So I know in this instance, there was, certainly time pressure to get it completed before our first meeting in January. But I would like to discourage the survey procedure, as being a normal way we operate. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Director Sloan. Director Busick.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And way back in 2019, I was going to thank the people, but I've forgotten who they were. So in any event, but they know who they are. Thanks for all your hard work. And I also want to point out that, and I agree with Director Sloan, I'm not a big fan of that survey thing, but the discussion we had here tonight was good. And the fact that we don't always agree on everything is fine. If we all agreed on everything, we'd only need one of us. I keep saying that. We'd only need one of us. So, and it was good discussion. No name calling, no insults. It was great. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. I concur. Director Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I concur. And to Director Sloan's point, I 100% agree. And folks might recall one of the requests I had is that we were having such good discussion when this came that it was an ask that we have a work study or a work session or something so that we could really hash out the details as a board and really build consensus and understanding. And as folks, for example, Director Deschelle was able to provide the logic behind, the Tuesday, Wednesday meetings. I was originally opposed to that, but with that discussion, it really did move me. And so I do appreciate the opportunities in which we can have that more readily. I will just make an observation around the meeting cadence. In the survey, there was an ask, or in the survey, there were 10 responses for every Tuesday. There were 10 responses for Tuesdays versus the Tuesday, Wednesdays. And so when we talk about building consensus, I think there's an opportunity for us to maybe potentially do a better job of, and I know Director Cook and I respect your amendment, but it does go, it is in conflict with what board members had decided via the anonymous survey. And so I just wanted to point that out. I had a few inquiries about the committee composition and just a number of things. And so I'll start with the committee composition. Under that bullet, it says standing committees will be composed of between 5 and 7 members as determined by the executive committee, which I understand that's changed, but I'm just curious as to what would make a committee 5 members versus what would make a committee 7 members.
I'm not sure who is going to address that. Director Tisdale or Director Cook, I believe.
I could provide one perspective on it, and it has to do with the numbers not working out. If you wanted to strictly prohibit people from serving on more than one committee, then having a fixed number of 5 would be doable. But when I developed little templates to show how 15 members can map into 4 committees. And the only way it would work out, really, just from a practical standpoint, is if you had 5 to 7 and giving a little bit of flexibility. And that kind of made sense in many ways because it allowed you to tailor the current year's committees to both interest expressed. I mean, a lot of the folks responding and indicated that they hoped the people, the executive committee would allocate, the spots on the committee according to what the interests were, how many people expressed an interest. But it also is a chance to say, okay, this is a critical field this year because we have a ballot issue or whatever it is. Then to tailor the composition or at least the numbers of the committee to that piece. So that's kind of where I came from on recommending for my part the 5 to 7. I can't speak for others.
Thank you, Director Cook. Director Lewis?
Just to clarify, are we saying 5 to 7 members for each committee? Or are we saying 5 and 7? Because 5 and 7 is currently how it reads versus 5 to 7.
I believe the intent is an odd number, but I don't think it strictly prohibits. I'd ask counsel based upon the wording. I don't think it strictly prohibits 6. But generally, it's, I think I've understood it to mean 5, so that 5 or 7, so that we had an odd number. But General Counsel?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, so the board, you could certainly adopt and say 5, 6, or 7. It's really up to the board. But yes, having an odd number of committee members is helpful in order to avoid tie votes.
Thank you. That's helpful. And so should we expect that when this comes back to the board by way of a change in the bylaws, that will be sifted out, that we will know which committees are expected to have 5 members and what committees are expected to have 7?
Director Cook?
I suppose to the extent stuff gets fleshed out either through some, our governance manual or in the bylaws, yeah, we'll have to have those pieces more, firmly identified or nailed down. That's my guess.
Director Lewis?
I'll accept it and hope that that's the case. One of the things, along the same lines with the 5 to 7, and I think with 5, this might make a bigger difference than 7, is currently as it stands. If board directors want to bring forth a recommended action, that requires 3 directors to do so. And if we're talking about committees of 5 and or 7, I wonder if there's an opportunity for us to have some discussion about changing that part in the bylaws to 1 director or 2 directors versus 3 directors if we are moving from smaller committees.
Director Cook? Director Tisdale, if you both have your hands up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll take that as an invitation for me to speak.
It is.
The notion of 3 directors initiating an action is not impacted by the size of the committees. Right now, the rule is in order to initiate an action, it takes 3. And that's because, as I understand it, in terms of how this originally got formulated, to avoid a director or even 2 directors saying, well, we really want to talk about this. And there's just no general level of support for it. Having the number 3 was thought to be a way of filtering out purely personal agenda items that people might have. The number of people on the committee is irrelevant to that process because a board initiated action still must go through the committee, the appropriate committee, and then go to the full board, absent exigent circumstances that are not relevant to this discussion here. The point being that 3 people coming together saying, hey, we want to talk about this, merits attention, but it has nothing to do with the size of the committee. 1 person coming forward, or even arguably 2, I submit, could take a lot of time of this board on an item where you end up getting 2 yes votes and 13 no votes. So there's really nothing implicated by this action relative to that process. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome, sir. Director Lewis?
Yeah, if I might respond. Director Tisdale, I think that presupposes that if we, for example, have a committee of 5, that all 3 of the members would belong to that committee that would bring in a recommended action forward. And that's not necessarily the case.
No. Yeah.
No, it doesn't.
No.
I'm still talking. Point of order. I'm still talking. Thank you. The reason I bring this up is because if you have 5 directors on a committee and you have 3 directors that bring forth a recommended action, only one of those, there's a potential that only one of those directors actually serve on that committee and the other 3 just support the recommended action that that board director is bringing forward, thus would have the opportunity to sign on to that. That's one scenario. Another scenario is if you have 3 directors who all belong on that committee, that automatically passes if it's 5, because you only need 3 votes to get anything out of the committee. And so this is the reason that I'm bringing it up, because you, at least what I understood, Director Tisdale, is that the reason that this is in place is so that you don't have 1 director or 2 directors bringing forth a recommended action. But that's exactly what could potentially happen if you have 3 directors that bring forth a recommended action and only one of them are on the committee. Thus, it would be 1 board director on that committee bringing that forward, that recommended action, because the other 2 could not vote within that committee because they aren't committee members.
Director Tisdale?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe I follow the point. I think it is the scenario number one that you propose is if there are 3 members who serve on a committee and it's a 5-member committee, by definition, that item is going to pass through the committee. The answer is yes, I guess that's right. And it comes before the full board, because the other discussion has been ignored tonight that we had previously, which is, recall, not being on a committee doesn't mean you don't talk about the item. The full board retains all of its power. None of that power is surrendered by virtue of this committee restructuring. That's still there. So that's not going to be, I submit, a problem. If 3 people bring an item forward and they really want to see it and they're on that committee, it passes, comes to the full board, and then it stands the test of 15. Can you get 8 votes total? And we'll have to see what happens. But I'm not sure I'm following the other example that you postulate, which is if I have one person out of a group of 3 who's on the committee and the committee, the 3 people bring the item forward, the one person votes for it, but then 4 people vote against it, that's not fair. It didn't get a fair hearing. I think that presupposes that the process simply doesn't work, and I think the process actually does work. So I'm not overly concerned. I have sensitivity to what you express, but I'm not overly concerned that the result that you propose, which is that somehow good ideas will get killed, is going to happen. So it's something to consider, but I do recognize the sensitivity that you have to the issue, and I appreciate that, but I don't see that rule needs to be a part of that discussion, or that rule itself, even separately, should be changed. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Director Tisdale. Director Lewis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate that, and I appreciate that you are not concerned, and it does bring me concern. And it is in conflict with what you shared earlier in the discussion. For the reason that rule exists to begin with, it's so that 1, and I quote, or 2 directors do not bring their agendas forward. And what I am sharing is that if you have a committee of 5 and only 1 director serves on that committee, and 2 other directors bring forth the recommended action within that committee, it's doing exactly what you said it was designed not to do, which is allowing a single director on that committee to bring their agendas forward.
Director Tisdale?
Respectfully, I think we simply differ on that analysis.
Okay, Director Lewis?
I'll get back in the queue.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. All right, Director Deschel, you're up.
I have a question. Audit is near and dear to my heart. I mean that very genuinely. I really care about audit. I think it's really important and critical to a board function. The audit committee, I am looking at the 2017 standards of that were referenced. I believe those are the most recent standards. And those reference the fact that board and audit committee within the standards and the definition of board are used interchangeably. And so I'm all for allowing a third-party audit expert to tell us what's what. I just want to make sure that we're not going to be looking to these standards for some delineation of exactly what the board should look like, unless there's a citation, maybe Director Tisdale has it, that delineates what the audit committee should look like.
I'm not sure who's going to answer that. Do we need Ms. Snyder on this, or Director Cook, Director Tisdale? I think you
Madam
have-
Chair, Madam
Panel.
Chair, if I may.
Ms. Johnson, I would be thrilled.
Yes, thank you very kindly for the opportunity to address. So recognizing that we have retained a third-party auditing consultant to provide us with the best path forward that's encapsulated in the scope of work, which will be addressed by Director Catlin as the chair of the Finance Committee in the next portion about where we are. I just wanted to preface that by saying that currently as it stands, well, not as it stands, because we did adopt, or you all adopted an internal audit charter, but more specifically speaking, we're looking at the subject matter experts to advise us, because this is separate from this discussion holistically, because we were not adhering to the standards as called out by the Colorado State Auditor, as well as reconfirmed by the APTA peer review. So this is a standalone, and I believe this will be taken up by all of you in your capacity as the board once we receive those recommendations from the third party of which we contracted with.
Perfect.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Director Deschel?
I am satisfied. I just want to make sure I wasn't missing some standard in there that says this is what it should look like. So I'm all for it. Sounds great. Just see it clear.
Thank you, sir. Director Broom?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Going back to the previous discussion, there's two ways to, as I understand it, to get something before the board. One is to go through a standing committee and get an affirmative vote. And the second is for 3 board members to bring it directly to the board without going through a committee. Isn't that correct?
That's my understanding as well. I think this would be Ms. Snyder.
Yes, Madam Chair, that's correct.
Okay.
You
Director
can
Brown?
also get, I'm sorry, just to clarify, you can also, as the chair, as it's written currently, can bring an action item forward as the chair.
Okay, thank you. So there's 3 ways. Director Broom?
Okay, but then maybe I didn't understand what that previous discussion was about, how somebody was being disenfranchised.
Okay, well, we agreed to, Director Lewis graciously agreed to step to the back of the pack. So if you can wait a little bit, we could come back to that maybe? Or do we want to do that now?
I'm happy to address it. My intention wasn't to categorize, and I've heard a number of different terms, both used by Director Tisdale and Broom, that an individual is being disenfranchised or that the process is unfair, none of the language that I actually used in my questioning and my inquiry. My inquiry was about what the stated purpose was, and if what at least what Director Tisdale had stated was actually what was happening. And it sounds like it's not. And 3 directors, essentially, you would need 3. My concern is that it's going to encourage directors to attend every single committee, because you would need 3 directors to be able to bring something forward. And at least my understanding is that the hope is that we discourage directors from attending every single committee, which is the purpose of moving to smaller committees and having these committees on different nights. And so it was an inquiry. It wasn't about anyone being treated unfairly. It wasn't about anyone being disenfranchised, but an inquiry about the process and what that means for smaller committees and our intent to be more effective.
So my understanding, let me repeat, Director Broom, would you like to repeat your statement for us all?
Oh, I was just trying to point out that there was ways to get things before the board without going through the committee if you had to. But obviously, the best thing to do if you want to get something done is to go through the committee. But if you strike out at the committee and you still have really strong feelings and you have 2 other people that feel the same way, because if you're only going to have 5 people on the committee, they can't speak for the entire board.
So you can, 3 directors can bring a resolution directly to the entire board. Ms. Snyder, is that correct? Have I spoken correctly? Another one, mouth moving, no sound.
Sorry about that. I do want to take a look straight at the bylaws, because I think that it still has to go through committee. Let me just, if you can just give me a moment.
We absolutely can do that. So, and Director Lewis pointed out that in fact, the chair can bring something without anybody else directly to the board. So we are asking, are there three methods to bring an item to the board? One being from committee, one being from the chair, and the third one being three directors proposing a resolution that could be presented directly to the board. Have I stated that correctly, everybody? Okay, just leave me out here to hang out to dry. It's okay. So that's what we are waiting for. We're waiting for our corporate attorney to answer that. Does anybody have another point? Well, we'll give her a chance to look that up.
Madam Chair, I know that this is probably out of left field, but we have been meeting for over 3 hours solid. I'm wondering if, while our general counsel is looking this up, if we could take a 5-minute break so that folks can go do what they need to do.
I'm 100% in favor of that. And as the chair of this committee, I am calling a 5-minute recess. I'm not taking anybody else's opinion. It is 8:40 and we'll be back here at 8:45. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I may have to take a little longer break because I have to run upstairs to tend to the family. Sorry about that.
That's okay. Do this.
Okay, I'm giving everybody a 1-minute warning. Director Bouquet, can you whistle? Like, to get everybody's attention? I can't.
I can do just a small little whistle.
That's all. That's all I'm good for too.
Sorry.
All right, I'm calling this meeting back to order, please. For those who can make it. We are still having discussion on the original recommended action. With Director Deschelle as the movement and Chair Vera Malpiedi as the second. I'm waiting to see if anybody has any further points to bring down, and then I'm going to ask the board office to take a vote. I'm happy to have assistance at this point in time. Director Lewis?
I think we were going to have Melanie provide the language, and then I had one more question. So you can tell me which order you'd like to take those in.
Why don't we ask Ms. Snyder if she's ready first? I was kind of filled in.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. You know what? If I could just get one moment, I need to close my door. They've just started vacuuming here at the office.
Sure, that's fine. Director Lewis, go ahead with your question.
Thank you, because it's actually a question that Melanie doesn't have to be around for. Within our packet for public comment, number 9, it says the board office will establish a process to allow individuals to submit comments in advance, and any comments received will be incorporated into the public record of the appropriate meeting. I was curious as to if this process is designed, and if not, that's fine, if this will be available to us before we take a final vote.
I believe Ms. McManus would be the appropriate person to speak to that.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
So there will not be anything in place. This is something that the board office would research along with staff and bring forward a recommendation for the board to make a decision on.
Thank you, ma'am. Director Lewis?
To clarify, you will bring that forward with this item or as a separate item?
Ms. McManus?
As a separate item.
Okay, thank you. That's sufficient. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. And Ms. Snyder, we're waiting on you.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm in Article 5, Section 3 of the bylaws right now, and that is subsection B. It talks about the 3 different ways that items can be added to the agenda. The first is that an agenda item needs to go through normally a standing committee, then the executive committee, and then to the full board. That's our normal procedure. The second option is if 3 directors want to add an agenda item, they need to provide written notification in advance to the chair and the executive manager of the board. That is due by noon on the Wednesday prior to the Tuesday night board meeting. Then my understanding, and I'll defer to Barbara McManus on the operational side of this, but my understanding is that the executive manager and the chair would then confer, and then the bylaws talk about how then typically the process would be that the 3 director initiated action would still go first to a standing committee and then to the board. So that's what the bylaws call for. There's an exception there to that noon deadline the Wednesday before when we're talking about proposed amendments to the bylaws. So under section or Article 15, those have to be provided by 10 days in advance of the board meeting. And then the third option is if there's an emergency nature, if an item of an emergency nature arises after the meeting of the executive committee, then the chair at her discretion or his discretion can place that on the agenda. So those are the three options.
Ms. McManus, do you have anything to add to that?
No, that's correct.
Okay, Director Lewis?
I was aware of that. That's essentially what I said.
Okay, does anybody else have any comments on the information that we were just given?
I would just ask that we consider, as we are moving this document forward, a change in our bylaws. Instead of having 2 directors that would bring an action forward, that based on the smaller committees that we consider, having less directors that would need to contribute to bring an action forward. Specifically, if we have 5, if we have committees with 5 board members. I'm less concerned about the 7 because I think that probably makes sense, but with 5 committee members, there's some, I do have some concern. I'm not going to put an amendment on the table. I know you all are tired and we still have another meeting.
Okay. I believe it's 3 directors and not 2 at any point in time in that, but that's okay.
That was my recommendation. My
Let it go.
recommendation was to move from the 3 to the 2. That's what you
Got
did.
it.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay. All right, we are back to the original recommended action, including the coda at the end in accordance, etc. Anybody else have comments or discussion on that? Seeing no hands at the moment, Ms. McManus, would you call the roll for the vote?
Yes. Director Bouquet,
Yes.
Director Broom,
Yes.
Director Busick,
Yes.
Director Catlin,
Yes.
Director Cook,
Yes.
Director Davidson,
Yes.
Director Deschel,
Yes.
Director Geisinger,
Yes.
Director Lewis,
Yes.
Chair Rivera Malpietti,
Yes.
Director Rosenthal,
Yes.
Director Sloan,
Yes.
Director Tisdale,
Yes.
Director Whitmore,
Yes.
Director Williams.
Yes.
We have unanimous consent.
Thank you, Ms. McManus. Are there any other matters to come before this committee this evening?
Madam Chair, if I may,
Yes, Ms. Johnson, absolutely.
I just wanted to follow up on the question that was posed by Director Busick in relationship to how much money had been expended on US 36. I do have the response to that, if I may.
Absolutely.
Yes, so the US 36 Express Lane project was $312 million. It included RTD, CDOT, and DRCOG and the Colorado Bridge Enterprise, and RTD contributed $120 million toward the $312 million.
Dr. Busick?
Thank you very much for that information. That was the number I thought it was. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Thank you both. Other matters again? Okay, hearing, well, I see Director Davidson's hand.
I just wanted to say thank you to Chair Williams. Thank you. Long haul.
Good job, everybody. Great discussion. I am inclined to agree with everybody. So our next meeting date of this committee as it stands today will be November 9th, 2021. We will continue to meet on Zoom at 5:30. You can go to the board website to get the information, and this meeting is adjourned at 8:54. I'm going to note that we have another committee meeting following. I'm going to ask if anybody wants to take another break or we want to just roll right on.
Madam Chair, I would ask that we take a 5-minute break just so that the new committee chair can get in line with what her agenda to move forward.
Okay, I'm good with that. Director Catlin, yes, you good?
Thank you. So we will convene at 9 o'clock.
Sharp, thank you.
Thank you.
Chair Catlin, this is Doug McLeod.
Yes.
Hi there. Hey, wanted to ask if it would be okay if our guest speakers, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. I thought you were thinking the same thing.
I was, I think a number of us were. So we'll be adjourning this and then we'll move that information agenda item up. And I'll have you introduce our guests.
Great,
Okay.
thank you.
Okay.
Need to do the screen share.
Okay, we haven't started quite yet.
It's okay.
Trying to see who's. Thank you for your patience, by the way.
It was quite a discussion, let me just say, as an outsider, as a member of the district, but not a board
Yes.
member.
I think that's a open-ended statement, quite a discussion. Does that have
Well, I
a
mean-
positive or a negative spin on it?
Well, I thought it was really interesting and it was driven by, lots of fundamental voting principles, which I find really interesting. And an ultimate
hope to be more efficient at the end of the day, which you can't argue with. So,
Okay, it is 10 o'clock. So the Financial Administration and Audit Committee will now come to order. We're
9 o'clock, Director Catlin.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
9
9
o'clock.
PM.
Sorry. I was gonna amend that to say Central Daylight Time, which is where I am. 9 o'clock, thank you. Mountain Daylight Time on October 19th, 2021. I'm gonna go through this at warp speed because Director Williams has already said it, but I respectfully ask everyone attending this virtual meeting to mute yourself until you're recognized to speak. Thank you all for joining us. You all know by now that the meetings of the RTD Board of Directors are being held remotely in the interest of public health, safety, and welfare. These official meetings of the board will be held via Zoom and will be audio and video recorded. These recordings, along with the unofficial minutes of the meeting, will be posted as soon as practicable on the board's website at rtd-denver.com, where on the bottom of the page, you will find a link to the Board of Directors page. Directors and staff, for the sake of the record, if you would like to be acknowledged tonight, please raise your virtual hand and I'll attempt to call on you in the order in which you raised it. For those staff and directors on the phone, please indicate you would like to speak by pressing *9. And to mute, please press *6. We will not be taking public comment during this committee as it currently stands, but those wishing to address the board may do so at the monthly board meetings, the future dates of which are posted on the board meeting portal located at rtd.iqm2.com. Okay, we are to acknowledge the patience of our guests, we have decided to move up one of our information items up. And we are going to have Doug McLeod introduce our guests who will, excuse me, it's not an information item, it's a discussion item, who will introduce our guest from the Leeds School of Business to talk about the sales and use tax forecast. Doug, would you like to introduce our guests? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chair Catlin. Good evening, and thank you to our guests for waiting. This is a semi-annual update to the board and economic forecast that coincides with the delivery of the September sales and use tax forecast, which is used in our budget and our midterm financial plan, which we will discuss later. With us tonight are Rich Wobbekind, Robert McNown, and Brian Lewandowski by phone, I believe. I think Rich and Robert are going to walk us through a slide presentation, so please go ahead.
I'm not 100% sure that Brian is joining us. He's on his way to Steamboat to present at the Economic Developers Council of Colorado meeting. But Robert and I will be walking you through the slides. In interest of everyone's time, you're working hard tonight. I want to just take you through a little bit of the backdrop of what we're using for the forecast. And then my colleague, Professor McNown, will pick it up when we start to talk about the actual revenue forecast that we've constructed. So looking at the picture for when we're looking at real GDP, we are seeing that in terms of real GDP, we're back to where we were before. I'm sure many of you follow this closely, but we're not where we would be if we had not had the recession, meaning if we had been on the previous trend, we'd be about 2% higher in terms of GDP. So we're not at potential GDP, but we're at the same sort of dollar value. And this has been getting a lot of airtime, and certainly the Colorado economy has benefited from this as well. In terms of our GDP growth, we've had very strong GDP growth as well. And these are, of course, key drivers in the revenue model that we are using. However, when you look at employment, and this is actually matches up very nicely with the early part of your last discussion, you can see why we have such issues in terms of an employment gap. We're still down about 7 million people in terms of from our peak employment. And this is a real conundrum. Everybody has seen all of the signs about unemployment and everybody's looking for workers. And part of the reason is, of course, we lost people directly related who were taking care of families or family members or children or other things. But another significant piece is we've had a pretty large attrition, not just of females in the workforce, but attrition of people 55 and older. And one of the big questions is there's about 2.5, 3 million people who fit in that category. Are these people coming back? They've announced they're retiring. Will they come back as the economy recovers? Or are their financial assets strong enough that they really don't need to, between what we've seen with home price appreciation, retirement accounts appreciation, and so on. So more about that as we go along. So while this was an extremely deep downturn, as you know, we're back to minus 3.3% nationally. And you can see, compared to the 2008 recession, a much faster road to recovery. Our view is at the national level, we'll get back to that sort of same number by 2023 in terms of getting that employment growth back. But more relevant for what we're talking about tonight, you can see the drop off from Colorado and then where we are now in terms of the recovery, year over year types of recovery. So in terms of, compared to January 2020, if we look at August, we're still down 2.5% in services and 6.1% in goods, manufacturing, construction, and so on. But in the most recent year, we've been looking, quite a bit stronger. Still, we're down about 2.9%, so less than the national percentage, but it's still 82,900 jobs. And so some of those jobs are the people you're trying to hire. Some of those jobs are in leisure and hospitality, other places as we go forward. So this is a critical part of the economy fully bouncing back. So this was driven, this change in forecasts over time. This forecast you'll see tonight is significantly more positive than the March forecast, that last one we produced. And a lot of it has to do with the amount of recovery of jobs, but more than that, it's been the amount of transfer payments that have occurred in the economy, which you can see in the bottom right-hand box. So if you look at that particular transfer payments in green, you can see the stimulus checks that went out in April of 2020. You can see the stimulus that occurred in January of 2021. And you can see the big bump in March of 2021. So the various sort of American Rescue Plans and other pieces that we've put in place have had a significant impact on personal income. And personal income is far and away the largest single driver of consumption in the economy. So this relates to the bigger macro economy in the sense that 70% of the macro economy is consumption, but also very importantly to retail sales, key component obviously of your forecast. So you're looking at the big driver being national personal income, and in particular looking at those transfer payments. But you can also see, if you look at the upper left-hand box for just a moment, I said that we're down over 5 million jobs still, but if you look at the total amount of employee compensation in the US, we're at record-setting levels in July. So even though we have 5 million less employees, our total employee compensation is now higher than it was going into this. It has been for several months higher than when we went in. So this is very, very positive in terms of looking at consumption going forward. There are some things that are of concern, and I just raised these before I pass the baton here shortly to my colleague, Professor McNown. In particular, you're hearing a lot about obviously the impacts of Delta and might that slow the economy down. You're also hearing a lot about inflation and particularly supply chain bottlenecks. And one sort of caveat on our forecast is this is one of the things that has slowed the growth in the economy down. Going into the, if you looked at this 3 months or 6 months ago, people were suggesting growth for this year in GDP would have been well over 6%. Now almost everybody has revised down to 5% or a little over 5%. And in particular, they're revising down the third quarter GDP dramatically. And again, this relates to the supply chain bottlenecks, yes, it also relates to a rise in the Delta variant, but a lot of it has to do, again, with the inflation and supply chain pieces. Another sort of key part of that inflation number that I was just talking about is this dramatic rise in gasoline prices. In a different world, you might say, well, that's great for public transportation, and ultimately maybe it will be. But right now you're seeing this big rise, and it's translating into higher inflation rates in terms of overall inflation rates, not core inflation rates, but overall inflation rates are significantly being impacted by retail gasoline. And many of the pieces of inflation that the Federal Reserve was suggesting earlier were going to be transitory, say 6 months ago, they kept saying a lot of this will be transitory. Some of those things are now looking to be more not as transitory as they thought they were going to be, or not get resolved as quickly as they thought they were going to be. In fact, we're seeing retailers passing on all of their costs of supply chain costs and so on. They're passing that on to the consumers. So that really indicates, not transitory in the sense that it continues on a more permanent basis as it gets passed on to final goods. So my last slide of my part of the presentation just highlights the fact that it's looking at the various locations that you can see on the right-hand side: Boulder and Colorado Springs, Denver, Fort Collins, Grand Junction. Some of these, of course, are in the district, but what we're really trying to highlight here is overall July, we're up 8.3% year over year in terms of Colorado state tax collections, but you see great variation between areas, and you see great variation between earlier in the cycle and later in the cycle. So to some extent, and when we look at RTD, you're benefiting in terms of the district, because you have some of these weaker locations, but you also have some of the stronger locations within the district. And that gets reflected in the numbers Professor McNown's going to talk to you about here as we move on. So with that, I pass the baton to my colleague, and he's going to start talking about the RTD forecast.
Thanks, Rich. So with the economic background that Rich has provided, I want to talk a little bit about the model that we use to develop the RTD sales and use tax revenue forecasts. And the basic idea is that the national economy drives the Colorado economy, although there's a certain amount of independence of the Colorado economy from what's going on nationally. And our model of the Colorado economy then drives the district economy and ultimately the sales and use tax collections. And so the really strong national forecasts, of course, feed right into what's going on at the state. So here you can see, for example, like one of the key variables that we're looking at, this chart is on the right, is the national economic indicators, particularly in the third column over, the percent change in retail sales of almost 19% in the current year, which is just a phenomenal rate of growth coming out of the slump in which you can see for 2020, which was really stagnant. So the next slide, Rich. And so jumping right to our RTD forecast. So we've been working on this model. It's been refined over the past 10 years through the cooperation of our the folks in the finance office, Doug McLeod, Monica, and more recently, Todd Nickel has provided us with data on the components of retail sales, which are really crucial to helping us navigate through the pandemic and now into the recovery. Because when you have these different components of retail sales moving in different directions, for example, e-commerce, of course, soaring, while restaurant and hotel sales were really in the dumps. And so it makes sense that we have to treat those different components separately. And so we think this has really informed our forecast considerably, and will continue to do that going forward, even to what we hope are more normal times in the future. So as I said, the strength of the U.S. economy for the current year
carries over to the state and the state economy and also RTD revenues. And so looking at the line, the row there that's highlighted for 2021, you can see that in 2021, sales tax revenues are expected to increase by a little over 16%, and the same for total tax revenues. We're in 2021, we're going to exceed considerably the previous peak of 2019. So that just mimics the speed of the recovery that you saw for the national economic indicators now coming through to RTD. The boost in the current year is especially strong in restaurant sales and autos, and other components are maybe a bit more moderate. This slide also shows the forecast, not just in the short term here for the current year and 2022, where there's a bit of moderation, but going forward out to 2027. So as our medium term forecast, as we were charged in developing these forecasts for RTD. And this, what we call our baseline forecast here, shows that between 2020 and 2027, over this period, we're expecting a 52% increase in RTD tax revenues, sales and use tax revenues. Next slide, Rich. Now, we realize that any forecast is going to be subject to some degree of error. And so we incorporate that uncertainty in a couple of different ways. One is that we use alternative scenarios from Moody's, the national forecasting service that provides our national forecasts and national data. And those alternative scenarios are in the green, blue, and red lines that you see there for the optimistic, baseline, and pessimistic scenarios. Those are all, as you can see, pretty tightly related to each other. There's, even out by 2027, there's only about a 3% difference on the upside or on the downside. But we also allow for greater uncertainty based on statistical considerations, the historical variability in the data, certainly as manifested by the pandemic or earlier than that, the Great Recession. We realize those things can happen again. And so it's incumbent upon us to provide these wider bounds that incorporate the historical statistical data. And so the uncertainty in the forecast is considerably higher, as you can see. And the next slide, Rich. Thanks. We also develop a long-term forecast that's going out 30 years now to 2050. And again, we have our medium forecast, essentially our baseline, what we expect to be the most likely, but incorporating the uncertainty going out for such a long period of time. So in our baseline forecast, the table of numbers there shows that on average, over this 30-year period, sales and use tax revenues, well, as measured in this case by RTD taxable sales, that's going to grow by an average of about 3.3% per year. But what's a little, and that's pretty decent, but what's a little more disturbing is that you can see the downward trend in the rate of growth of these sales tax revenues, so that in each successive decade, there's a slower rate of growth. So for example, in the 2040s, only about a 2.2% rate of growth. So probably just barely meeting the rate of inflation there. And again, emphasizing that there's a great deal of uncertainty when we're trying to project 30 years out into the future. We have these bounds with the high forecast and the low. And you might imagine those could incorporate all sorts of structural changes that we can't accommodate. We can only anticipate that change will happen. On the high forecast, for example, that could be driven by a rapid increase in productivity, say due to artificial intelligence advances, or the revolution that we're already seeing in biological technologies. And on the other hand, the low forecast, which you can see really stagnates out there in the 2040s, would possibly reflect damage to the economy from climate change, possibly another pandemic. You know, there's so many uncertainties when you're trying to look 30 years into the future. And our final slide, Rich. So I just want to emphasize that our forecast is model driven. We don't try to adjust our forecast with add factors, which just would undermine the integrity of the model. And we, of course, we recognize with the uncertainty and the confidence bounds we provide that there will be some errors in the forecast. But we do not have, we in the lead school, in the business research division, we don't have any political or financial stake in the forecast. We're just trying to provide RTD the best information we can about what to expect over the coming period. And so finally, we'd be happy to take any questions that you might have. So we'll turn it back to our moderator.
Thank you. So if you wouldn't mind unsharing your screen, that would be great. Thank you all. And I want to thank you for your patience and waiting for our previous meeting. So at this time, I would like to ask our directors if they have any questions of our guests, and I will call on you and then direct the question to the appropriate guest, whether it be Doug McLeod or our lead School of Business experts. So I believe the first hand raised was Director Deschel.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you so much to our guests from the Lead School of Business. It's truly appreciated. I have a quick, maybe it's not a quick answer, but it's a quick question, which is on the long-term forecast slide, the Colorado taxable revenue rates were not the same as the RTD taxable rates. And I'm curious as to why, because my understanding was that we had parity on what's taxable for RTD and what's taxable for the state.
Who would like to take that question?
Yeah, I can respond to that. So, yeah, sure. This is a tricky question, and it has to do with the marijuana tax, because we have had to essentially pull that out and forecast that separately. That does ultimately contribute to RTD's tax revenues, but it doesn't show up in the same category as other retail sales within the district in terms of the what we call the taxable sales. I've got to say that the on and off business with the marijuana tax has been a real headache for me as a modeler, but that's what we've had to do.
Does that answer your question, Director Deschel?
It does, and if I could just put a finer point on it, which is,
sure.
Are there items taxed in the Colorado state tax that are sales to use taxes that RTD is not getting revenue from? Which is, do we need to go to our state legislatures and say, RTD is missing money because you're allowing tax on these items, but not RTD tax on these other items for sales and use tax?
Yeah, well, I'm glad you raised that question, because I think we've all been extremely curious about the possibility of marketplace facilitator ordinance. And I know that some of the other municipalities that we work for and provide forecasts for have been generating sales tax revenues from this ordinance. And essentially what that is, for those who are not familiar with this, is that we know that RTD receives revenues, sales tax revenues from Amazon, but Amazon also can collect revenues from third-party merchants. And it's simply up to the jurisdictions to enforce that. and say, yes, we want that money. Now, I don't know if there's a disconnect between, I'm just not that familiar with the legal aspects here as to what the potential is for RTD to collect some revenues from a marketplace facilitator ordinance. I have to say, though, that really has provided a boon to the revenues of some of these other municipalities.
And not all of the municipalities collect that. Just to put a fine point on what you said, big municipalities in the RTD district don't necessarily, some of them collect this. Right? I mean, people we work with, so some are collecting and some aren't collecting. So there may be a potential there.
Does that help, Director Deschel?
It does. In the interest of time, could we get, as a board, sort of a follow-up from Mr. McLeod or Ms. Johnson or a member of your guys' staff? Because it sounds like some sort of marketplace ordinance could provide, I don't know if a windfall is the right word, but increased revenue for RTD is my understanding. And it'd be good for us to be able to evaluate that if we have the ability to increase our revenue.
Mr. McLeod, can you do that?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that all, Director Deschel?
That is all. Thank you so much.
Okay, I noticed Director Lewis had her hand up, but it's no longer here. Director Cook, I see your hand up.
Quickly, and forgive me if this is in the backup, but I didn't catch it. There seems to be some disagreement at the federal level about whether or not we're going to see accelerating inflation. Your slides seem to indicate you think there will be inflation. There's too many pressures. What do you assume is the rate of inflation for your modeling? And is that just what's shown as the increase in sales and use tax and so forth each year?
Yes, that's a good question. So we don't sort of pull out inflation as a separate variable, but rather that's built into our forecasts of, say, personal income, which is in current dollars or nominal terms, and retail sales. So whatever inflation might exist or might be forecasted is a part of the data, a part of the historical data, and also going forward. And so it is certainly the case that some portion of our forecasted retail sales increases will be simply due to higher prices. But we don't take on the challenge of separately forecasting, let's say, retail sales or income in real terms, in constant dollar terms, and then separately try to forecast what's happening to prices. I think since what RTD really cares about is nominal sales tax revenues, in current dollars, then we want to focus on current dollar retail sales as well.
Yeah, I think the driver model, Robert probably knows this better than I do directly, but I think it's looking at, in the near term, 4% for next year, or almost 4%, and then it tails off pretty quickly thereafter. So, it's going to be, and that's part of why the numbers, a small part, but part of why the numbers are getting weaker out over the decades. There's really a presumption that inflation is going to be much slower, and that, frankly, GDP growth is going to be much slower decades out. So that slower GDP growth and slower productivity growth is part of what you see in the long-term forecast that Robert just presented.
Madam Chair? If I may, I'll just plunge in with an extra quick question. The use tax you project for growth at 16%, pretty big number for next year. I think it was next year, if not 2023. Is that building? Is that construction related? And we already know projects in the pipeline or something? Where did that come from?
Yeah, use tax collections are dominated by the construction industry. The real story here is that use tax collections are just highly volatile, and they hop around tremendously from year to year. So it's a forecaster's nightmare, I have to say. But we often do observe that if there's an extremely high observation of growth in use tax in one year, it's often followed by a much lower rate of growth in the following year. So fortunately, it's a relatively small piece of the whole RTD revenue pot, I think less than 10%. So it's the overall forecast for revenues is pretty much dominated by sales tax revenues. So I don't want anyone to lose sleep over the high volatility of the use tax forecasts.
Thanks. That's all I have. Thank you much.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I'm sorry, I was on mute. I said Director Rosenthal. I
Okay,
apologize.
Quick question. So my concern, narrowing to the concept of inflation down to energy prices that we also saw in that graph going up, particularly my concerns for electricity, for our electrically charged vehicles, and also for maintaining our buildings, but also the diesel prices. We saw gasoline going up, and I'm assuming, that diesel is also reflected in that. So what is sort of the projection, or do they have any thoughts on which direction those will continue to go? What I keep hearing in the community is that energy prices will continue to go up. We may actually have a possible crisis this year. I'm hoping not as bad as the British, but because we do have supply chain issues, we have workforce issues, things like that, that may all contribute to higher energy and diesel costs, which obviously impact our expenses. Thank you.
If Robert wants to comment, or he wants me to take the first shot at this.
Well, yeah, I don't have in our model, we don't have a separate forecast of energy prices or electricity prices. So I'm going to have to defer to Rich on this one.
Yeah, so I'm going to say, first of all, I think what you're reading is accurate. We do think energy prices are going to continue to rise throughout the rest of this year. And that's one of the elements that the Federal Reserve keeps saying is transitory in terms of longer term inflation, that we're going to have these sort of bottlenecks. Once they go away, we'll get back down to a more normal sort of rate of inflation going forward, and energy will be part of that. But frankly, what's happening in Europe with natural gas prices is pretty scary right now. And, it isn't just, the US is, we're moving away from coal. So it's not about coal, but coal prices are up, but it is about natural gas, and it is about sort of other forms of energy right now. So I can't tell you in the short run that we're not going to have some issues that relate to, more expensive charging of vehicles, or frankly, more expensive heating of homes. I will say, fortunately, we have one of the lowest natural gas prices in the entire country. We're like the 7th lowest, so that's good for our homeowners at least. But it is a concern until we start to see more production in particular, and get through the supply bottlenecks that you mentioned.
Madam Chair, may I add to that? This is Doug McLeod. Thank you. At least as far as RTD goes, Director Rosenthal, we did lock in our fuel prices for diesel fuel for 2022 at a rate of $2.30 per gallon. That excludes federal taxes, so it's lower than the pump price that you're used to seeing. However, what that does for us is it gives us some budget certainty, at least for the next year. It's down from $2.40 that we had locked in 2021, so we look at that as a favorable item. In terms of RTD's costs, we have a $700 million operating budget. Our diesel fuel costs are 15 million of that, so 1.15 million. So not a significant cost, but good to have budget certainty and not be subjected to the volatility. We also purchase gas, but we pay the pump price there, exclusive of taxes as well, and that's $3.8 million per year. So not a huge portion of the budget, but enough that it would be something that we'd like to have some certainty on.
Thanks, Mr. McLeod. I was going to ask you to speak to that, so I appreciate it. Are there any other questions or comments? I had seen some hands up previously, but they had been taken down. Any other questions for Mr. McNown or Mr. Webekind at this point? I don't see any hands raised. Again, I want to thank you for your presentation, and I especially appreciate the fact that we're talking about a model, and that we can't get too granular with the model, that it's really looking at a lot of the forecasts, and I appreciate that. So thank you again, and we'll look forward to seeing you in another 3 or so months, correct?
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, back to the original agenda. We do have one recommended action this evening. It is for the Board of Directors to adopt the 2022 to 2027 mid-year financial plan, the MTFP. Do we have a motion?
So move, Director Davidson.
Director
Second.
David?
Second, Director Lewis.
Okay, I heard 2 seconds, but who was it? I know Lewis. Well, we'll just put Lewis for the record. Okay.
Madam
So-
Chair, my personal privilege.
Please, go ahead.
I just want to acknowledge that it's 9:40 p.m. We're talking about the midterm financial plan, which is one of, sort of part of the guiding posts here, as well as the budget later this evening. I'll speak for myself and say that I don't know that it may be more prudent to push this to right before our actual scheduled board meeting, given that the budget should get the same fervor and scrutiny that the earlier discussion received. And from my experience thus far on the board, I know that we get tired. We do get fatigued. And that the discussions that occur after 9 p.m. do not have that same level of really sharp, attentive, thoughtful commentary, because there's an urgency to be finished. And I just want to pose for the board the personal privilege of pushing this meeting in gratitude to our staff, but also in recognizing that we heard that when staff have to go to 11 and wake up for a 7 a.m. meeting, it also puts our staff in not a great position, and the fiduciary duty that we have to put the agency in the best position that we possibly can, and what it means to be discussing these items at this hour, in the position it puts our staff in to possibly be here for another hour plus.
If I might,
Make a
I
motion.
appreciate that, Director Deschel. If I might, I'd like Doug McLeod to answer that, but right now we're talking about a mid-year financial plan, which does not appropriate any funds. The budget does that, and we're scheduled to do that in 2 weeks. So it's really just kind of a plan moving forward. And then the budget was for information only. So I don't know if that would change your perspective. I do agree that we're not nearly as sharp. And actually, for the record, Director Williams did have to drop off. I don't see anyone else that had to. But I guess I would ask Barbara McManus what her thoughts are, and Doug McLeod both, on delaying this portion of the meeting.
Well, I would ask Doug McLeod and also CEO and General Manager Johnson as to her thoughts to when we would postpone this to prior to the board.
Thank you. First, Doug McLeod, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, that's fine by me. This is Doug McLeod. That's fine. If you wanted to postpone, I would defer to General Manager Johnson if she has any concerns with that.
So I would like to hear General Manager CEO Johnson's thoughts too, but bear in mind that we have already, am I correct, Doug, posted the 2-week notice for public comment on the budget. So public will not have benefited from any of this discussion tonight. So it'll be crowding that November 9th agenda just a bit, but anyway.
Thank you for pointing that out. Yeah, I forgot we do have an early board meeting in November. The Finance Committee meeting is on November 9th. So between now and then is when we would be coming to the board with a final budget for request for approval on the 9th. So it doesn't allow much time.
Okay. General Manager CEO Johnson, your thoughts on this?
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I do want to acknowledge Director DeShell's recommendation and comments as it relates to all this meeting. And as we clearly see in light of the discussion that ensued at the previous committee meeting, that's why it was paramount as we looked at doing these on different days. So with that as a backdrop, recognizing this is the midterm financial plan that has been brought before you all in various committee forums and have had discussion. I am more or less agnostic as relates to whether or not we defer. As relates to the budget in and of itself, as we know, by virtue of statute that, we posted that as of October 15th moving forward, and recognizing that we will have an opportunity to garner public comment and then have a more robust discussion with the board. I'm inclined to continue on with the discussion, but recognizing that it is late in the evening, I would basically ask board members what they're inclined to do. We are already assembled here, and I would assume that everybody did their due diligence and reviewed the materials as well, and we could garner discussion in and around the subject matter that we have outlined on the published agenda.
Thank you. Director DeShell, did you have further comment?
No, I just wanted to raise it. If others want to weigh in, or if we want to, I guess, vote on it or not. But I'm happy to buckle in and come in for the ride. Do my best to apply the same level of diligence we do at 5:30.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Your hand is still up, by the way. So in light of the fact that we do have a proposed action, and we did have a motion and a second by, I wrote it down. It's the late hour. By Directors Davidson and Lewis. I would ask General Counsel Snyder what the protocol would be if we decided to defer this discussion to next week.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Melanie Snyder, General Counsel. The protocol would be for some director to make a motion to postpone to a date certain and time certain. And then you would take a second on that and vote on that motion.
Okay, maybe what I would like to do is gauge the preference of the board before we go through that. Would that be appropriate or not? If there are any other comments as to board members' preference before a formal motion is made?
So typically, Madam Chair, you have the motion, a second, and then conversation and discussion about it. Is
Okay, we do have a motion and a second on the floor.
Right, but what I was saying is having a motion to postpone to a date certain would be the proper motion if the board wants to postpone consideration of this.
Okay, I will entertain a motion to postpone to a date certain, and I'm assuming that date would be November 2nd. Oh no, that's an election day.
Madam Chair, if I'd move to postpone to a date certain, with that date being October 26th, 2021, immediately following the scheduled board meeting.
So Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, please.
I'm certain our Chief Financial Officer won't broach this, but he is on approved leave that evening, and I think he is crucial to the discussion at hand. And so I'd be remiss not to acknowledge that his absence would be missed.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
On the 26th, Doug, you have approved leave, in which case I will withdraw. But I just want to make sure
He's on vacation for a week, and I know he won't say that, but I will.
Okay, then I'll withdraw. You deserve your vacation.
And thank you. With one of our core values being employee ownership, I totally respect that.
Me too.
Is there any other desire to? Okay, well, let's just kind of plow through this if we could. We do have a motion and a second. And so, Mr. McLeod, if you would, go ahead with your presentation, which I know is fairly brief, so.
It is. Thank you very much. And thank you for deferring to my vacation. So I will be brief. As General Manager Johnson said, this is in your package. This presentation is intended to be very high level. That's one of the board policies, along with the budget, that we present at a high level and don't get too far down into the weeds, although we are available if there are any questions that you might have specific to getting into the weeds. So the midterm financial plan is covering the next 6 years of RTD for financial forecast. What it really does is sets a path forward in terms of just looking out to see past the budget, what our demands are in terms of expenses and what our expectations are on the revenue side. One of our priorities, strategic priorities, is financial success. And so it kind of sets that roadmap. And one of the intentions of our budget alignment is to align it with our strategic plan. So this also pulls that out for another 6 years past our current year budget. So the 2022 budget is the baseline that we work from. Then we forecast out beyond that with current known assumptions. And as Chair Catlin mentioned, this is not an appropriation. By accepting this from the board, it really just accepts it into the record and provides a guidepost essentially for how our financials are looking. So just taking everybody back, so the last time we had a midterm financial plan approved by the board was November of 2020. That was delayed from October of 2020 because of all the uncertainty due to COVID. So at the time, there was a lot of uncertainty, and the board agreed to only approve 2 of the 6 years of that midterm financial plan. At the same time, the forecast was that there would be approximately $250 million shortfalls annually in revenue on a $1 billion base, so about a 25% loss in revenues, which is very significant. At the time it was also planned, there were several measures taken immediately, including furloughs, reductions in service, and then there were also layoffs planned for January of 2021. With that, with those expense reductions, there were also asset maintenance deferrals, and that's kind of a big part of the problem why we have such a backlog at this time, is because in that midterm financial plan, it was only assumed that we could afford over the next 7 years to fund about 70% of the asset maintenance requirements. So that backlog has grown since that time. And then, of course, the unpredictable financial outlook. We only had a few months of actual sales tax numbers at that time, and we were still trying to determine what the ridership picture looked like that affected fare revenue. So moving forward to where we are currently, things have improved markedly in terms of our financial outlook. We've seen fare revenue slowly recovering. Sales and use taxes are higher based on the previous discussion. You heard that the forecast for those returns is much better than it was a year ago at this time. And COVID relief funding was a huge gap. I have a chart coming up that will show you, it was a huge gap filler that will show you what that did for RTD to kind of bridge the gap through those tough months. We've also forecasted sustainable service levels. And asset maintenance plans have been fully funded in the 6-year plan. So that's a big change from the last midterm financial plan. And then finally, one of the big concerns we have from a financial foundation standpoint and having financial success is maintaining our fund balances in a solid financial foundation. So those have been restored, you will see here shortly. Some additional considerations. So there's always a lot of assumptions made in a forecast. With the strategic plan implementation, certainly these funding expense demands, et cetera, can change over time. So this is just what we know at the current time. Some other impacts that may change what this looks like in the coming years and months is results from the Reimagine RTD study, the fare study and equity analysis. We also have TABOR limits. We've discussed this in the past with the board that the base system in particular will be subject to TABOR limits, and that's revenue growth limitations beginning in 2025, which kind of caps how much revenue we can keep on the base system side. Anything above a certain threshold has to be returned to taxpayers. There's also a ratchet down effect where if we go through a recession, for instance, and we have a lower sales and use tax revenue collection in 1 year, that sets a new baseline to where we can't grow past a certain level for that next year. We don't get a return to where we were at the prior year. So it really has some significant impacts to RTD possibly if that were to happen. Also economic volatility, you heard about supply chain management or supply chain issues as well as inflation. Those could change the outlook as well. And then finally, what we don't have in here is any litigation or possible liability funding issues that may arise. Just to give you a quick picture, this MTFP versus last year's MTFP. So the revenue, this is a revenue picture in a bar chart format. The red bars are the current look versus the blue bars is where we were in November of 2020. Really the big increases there that you see from 21 through 24 are the impacts of the additional COVID funding that we received of about $774 million. Very helpful. Our expenditures, so what that additional revenue has allowed us to do is catch up with our state of good repair needs. So the big increases in the red bars here on the expenditure side are really for state of good repair and getting caught up, particularly in the early years. And then we have the base system fast tracks and then a consolidated look at what the cash flows look like on the midterm financial plan. So what I'm going to do is just talk about on the base system, the bottom line essentially. So what this is showing is revenues less expenditures, including state of good repair, to get to a net cash flow number there below row 10. So the positives are obviously positive cash flow, negatives are where we spent more than we brought in. And then I think the important point to focus on is what's left over. How are we faring financially going forward? On the base system, what you can see is the reserves that are left over. So the net cash flow that we retain with the agency is growing year over year to the point where we get to 5.7 months of operating expenses on the base side. Really good picture. And I would point out that on the sales and use tax revenues for the midterm financial plan, what we did, just to be conservative, is to only grow the sales and use taxes on the base system side by 2% per year after 2024. So that the idea behind that is to be conservative in case we are subject to some taper down impacts. We don't want to get too ahead of ourselves and set aside money and spend it that we may not realize. We'll know better, I think, as we get closer to that point in time. But essentially, the takeaway here is that the base system looks really good. Moving on to fast tracks. So this was a big concern of the board last year. Fast tracks has a negative cash flow in every year, and this is actually a much improved picture from what we had seen before. And it was so bad that the totality of the reserves that fast tracks had was being used to keep them afloat. So we like to look at it as one company really from a financing standpoint, because the base system can actually fund fast tracks, but not vice versa. So it's a good thing that the base system has more money, more cash flow than fast tracks, not the other way around. So what's been contemplated is that the biggest problem on the fast track side is their debt service. It's significant because of all the build out. So you can see out of about $250 million a year in debt service, 180 million of that is fast tracks alone. So this was planned this way because we knew that the base system would pay off all its debt in 2024, have additional cash flow to help sustain the fast track system. So I don't get too wrapped up in base versus fast tracks, but it is noteworthy to show that if they were operating alone, they wouldn't have enough money to continue on the pace that they are with the debt service requirements. So what happens when you add both of those together? So we actually have a really, in my opinion, a very solid financial picture going forward. So I would point out that we do have the debt service in here. You can see that's a big number, about 25% of our revenues. We are funding all of our state of good repair throughout this process. So that's great. We can get caught up and also maintain what we have. What we don't have included in here is new projects. So we're basically saying that we have enough funding to maintain the assets that we currently have, maintain them in a good state of good repair in a safe manner, compliant manner, et cetera. And what happens is you can see there's positive and negative cash flows, and that's all based on the outlays for state of good repair when we get to a negative year. But again, the bottom line is what we're really concerned with is maintaining that financial stability so that the volatility in cash flows year to year isn't a huge concern as long as we can kind of maintain that solid financial footing. And what we're showing right now is that we have 3 or more months of operating expenses and meeting the fiscal policy of the board throughout the entire 6-year period. So, Madam Chair, that is the last slide. And I know that was quick, and I'd be happy to answer any questions anyone might have. And I will stop sharing.
Okay. Directors, do you have any questions of Mr. McLeod? And I'm sure that if there are questions that you want to take offline, he'd be happy to entertain them. Director Geisinger, I see your hand up.
Mr. McLeod, thanks. The TABOR, yeah, I think what you said and what the package said is you're limiting the growth after 2024 to 2%. That's down about 2%. Is that about right?
Right.
Do I remember correctly that a Tabor exemption election is limited to even years?
And General Manager Johnson had asked us to do some research, so we have been doing some additional research internally to see what our options are. So we had talked to Dee Weiser, who is a Tabor expert. He's our bond counsel, and he actually said we can take it in any election, but there are certain elections that you might have more success at,
Right.
like a large general election, better turnout, less focus on individual issues. So there are some recommendations that we will put together for Ms. Johnson, and then come back to the board, because I think this is going to require a strategy from a policy standpoint of how do we approach this, and now's the time to start looking at it.
Yeah, I agree. It would be great if we could set a meeting of whatever group, is appropriate, and with our public affairs advisors, local and state, and start thinking about how we position the agency. And I think the question that Director Deschel raised about in the earlier issue about the, gosh, I've forgotten the term, but the municipal, the elimination, facilitation, sorry, is also worth pursuing. If we could plan to start moving forward with our the appropriate group. Thanks.
Thank you, Director Geisiger, and we'll work with General Manager CEO Johnson to develop maybe a working group on that. Director Cook, I believe you were next.
Yeah, and I had the chance to talk to Doug McLeod today, so unfortunately I forgot to ask one question. We show fare collection increases, but I thought I saw someplace that we don't assume any increases in our fare rates. Did I get that right over the term of the midterm financial plan?
Yes, correct. And actually with the November 2020 midterm financial plan, we had actually assumed, we were pretty aggressive in the assumption of ridership returning to where we would get after 2 or 3 years, get back to the levels we were at pre-COVID. We don't think that's the case, and we're basing our midterm financial plan on a Standard & Poor's report that kind of looked at overall what the expectations are for transit. Standard & Poor's thinks there's going to be a 20% permanent loss nationwide for transit riders due to remote work and other issues. What we've assumed in the midterm financial plan is that we will build back up to collecting about 79% of fare revenues, 79% of pre-COVID levels in 2022. And then we get up to an 85% level commensurate with the service that we'll be providing. So it's still pretty much a guess, but that's really how we put that in there. And we assumed no fare increases in there. It's strictly based on an expectation for ridership changes.
Does that answer your question, Director Cook?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Okay, your hand is still up. Did you? Okay, thank you. Director Bruin, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What is the magnitude of the additional sales tax that you might achieve if you can pick up on those Amazon sales that go through people that sell through Amazon?
Great question. And I need to check with the Department of Revenue, because I believe the Marketplace Fairness Act established a standard in which large retailers must submit sales taxes. So Amazon, on the sales they actually submit sales taxes to us. And it's, as Mr. Wibkind described, it's those smaller tailors that aren't held to the same standard. I believe under the Marketplace Fairness Act, there's a threshold, and I believe it's any retailer that's less than $500,000 in sales per year does not have to remit sales tax, or it's voluntary. So it's not really enforced. But I do need to check with the Department of Revenue, because they do all of RTD's sales and use tax returns, to see if they can give me some additional information on that, to see if we can even tell. I don't know.
Okay, thank you.
Director Deschel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. 2 questions. First, which is, you just mentioned that we're expecting to sort of see eventually get to a point of about 85% service level, right? Retain. So is the number in 2027 85%? Or, because if not,
yes,
should it be a plateau?
Yes, good question. And that's what we've assumed from a financing standpoint. So at least in the early years, we wanted to make sure that we had enough financial resources available to get to 85%. As you heard earlier, it all depends on what staffing we can get. So we want to make sure we have the funding there first so that we can get the staffing. But we've basically carried that forward through all the remaining years through 2027 and inflated it by our 3% CPI rate.
Okay. And then my second question is, when the recent legislation passed, which, side note, thank you to everyone who worked on that, that passed through the legislature this year that allowed us to charge for parking and allow for vendors on platforms. There was, in the media, a lot of discussion about how this was great. RTD was going to be able to generate all this extra revenue. And what I'm seeing in our midterm financial plan is that we don't have the same financial analysis as perhaps the media or our friends at the state capitol did on the windfall that might create. Is that a fair assessment?
Mr. McLeod?
Thank you. Yes, absolutely. We're so reliant on sales and use tax, which makes us susceptible to economic swings. So it makes about 2/3 of our revenue. So any additional revenue that we could possibly get would probably be relatively small. We have looked at the parking issue and possible revenues from fees. And, essentially what it boiled down to when our planning department several years ago looked at charging fees for parking, it really appears to our customers as a fare increase, right? Because you go to a park and ride and you got to pay to park as well as pay for your fare. So it creates that trade-off, I guess. Is it cheaper to drive?
And the cost of sort of having a program where vendors would be on the platforms, which I believe was also part of the package. It sounds like that might end up being it might net itself out, the cost of administering the program, to the amount of money we'd actually make.
Yeah, there was a whole lot of discussion about that. That's a great question too. And the amount of money that probably could be collected would be relatively small, probably be almost unnoticeable. And it would probably actually incur additional costs, because then we'd have to have permitting fees. We'd have to, have additional administrative duties, oversight over those vendors. And on top of that, we don't allow food on our buses and trains, food or drinks. So there were several issues dealing with that we looked at.
Got it.
Is that all, Director Deschel?
That is all. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Director Sloan, please.
Yes, I hope I'll be quick. But looking at the 2022 to 27 total, you said it emphasizes the state of good repair, but does not include any major projects. Does that exclude electrification to any extent in the fleet through 2027?
Yeah, somewhat, yes. So I think under that, what we would do, so we have the funding available to maintain the fleet that we have. So if we were going to take that strategic direction, we would have to align our budget with that and then possibly replace it. But it assumes no change in our fleet structure as it currently exists, with the exception of the electric buses that we're already committed to buying.
Those are 17 buses, is that right?
If I may, Madam Chair, to clarify, we currently have 36 buses in our fleet. We have an active solicitation underway right now that looks at 17. That would bring the fleet to a total of 53. Recognizing that there could be an opportunity for fleet replacement, recognizing that we keep buses for up to 12 years, there could be some overlap in reference with this midterm financial plan that we would do a fleet replacement as it relates to what's outlined.
Does that answer your question, Director Sloan?
Yes, it does, and I appreciate the answer.
So do I. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Are there any other questions of Mr. McLeod or staff on the midterm financial plan? Okay, we do have a motion by Director Davidson, a second by Director Lewis. I guess I'll first ask if there are any no votes on approval of the midterm financial plan. Seeing none, I believe the motion is passed with 14 yeses and 1 absent. So the motion passes. Thank you. That was the only action item. We do have another discussion item, and that is the 2022 proposed budget. And Doug McLeod and Todd Nickel are up next to present the for information or for discussion, the 2022 proposed budget that is based on the midterm financial plan. Doug, you're up again.
Great, thank you, Chair Catlin. See if I can get the right
Screen.
Yes.
And
There we
while
go.
he's getting it up, I would encourage you all to take a look at this information pretty carefully so that we can have a more complete discussion at our next board meeting or our next financial meeting when we're when on the agenda we are going to attempt to approve the proposed budget. So if you have any questions in the next 2 weeks, please feel free to contact Doug McLeod and his staff, except for the week that he's on vacation. So yes, I would encourage you to take a look at it. Please, Mr. McLeod, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Catlin. And actually, at any time is fine. I'll check my email. Just going over the budget timeline again. So with the budget, this is the draft budget or the proposed 2022 budget to give a first look of what that looks like to the board. We also posted it for public comment as required by state law. It was available on the 15th of October, which is required by state law. So that's been available for public comment. Then in November, we will come back at the Finance Committee on November 9th and ask for the board to approve the 2022 budget. That period also includes with the final approval at the full board meeting, there's a script that's read and time for public comment. We're also taking public comments in the meantime through other channels. So if you have any questions, concerns, please let us know, let me know. So just kind of a summary of the budget itself. So we changed the look of how we do this from previous years. We used to present several spreadsheets, lots of numbers and tables, and wasn't really user friendly. So we developed a new budget document. Hopefully you find that a little more user friendly. It has more of a narrative and explains some of the policy considerations, how we develop the budget, et cetera, to get to the final numbers. Then we have a few charts in there too. So hopefully that's helpful. I think it'll be much more helpful for the public to understand and our other constituents. I'd like to mention also that this is a very collaborative development. General Manager Johnson included all the AGMs in several meetings developing these budgets for their individual departments and then coming to a consensus as to how that looks in total. It aligns with the strategic plan. And again, what I'd focus on here with the budget development is we really focused around service restoration, asset management, and adhering to our fiscal policy. Some of the assumptions that we've included in the one-year budget. So we're only talking about 2022 here. There's ridership and fare revenue increases commensurate with expectations for ridership. So those are very modest, I would describe them as, so I don't think we're being too optimistic. If we get more riders, more fare revenue, all the better, but at least it fits within the financial picture at the modest levels. Sales and use taxes are significantly higher with the September forecast. Prior to that, we were working off a March forecast, which was much more tempered in terms of the growth year over year. So we'll see, hopefully, the forecasts come true. We've already seen actuals come through for the last several months at very high levels. So we're very encouraged by that, but also want to be somewhat conservative in our assumptions. Target of 85% service level. So we've included enough on the cost side, on the operational cost side, that we have the funding available to get to those 85% service levels, other resources allowing. We've addressed the asset management needs for the year. Some of the bigger items are continuing with the fleet replacement needs that we have on the bus side, and then meeting fiscal policy requirements. One of the things you'll see in the budget document on the final page is that we show that we're meeting that 3% operating reserve requirement. We're also meeting the other requirement that we have, which is 1.2 times debt service coverage ratio. So what that means is after you take all of our revenues, subtract out our operating expenses, we want to have enough money left over to cover 1.2 times our debt service. So we have a cushion there of 0.2% just to allow for additional funding to go towards CapEx and other items. But what that does for us externally is that our credit rating agencies like to see that we're managing our funding well in that respect. All right, some of the considerations that we'll need to take into the new year is that we want to be strategic with our budget. So we're using current information when we develop this budget. Things will change as we continue to develop the strategic plan and get more specific about metrics, et cetera. We may need to realign some of those funding requirements. There's still some uncertainties with the collective bargaining agreement, litigation, et cetera. We have some provisions within the budget to take care of some of those things, but we are in negotiations, but we think we're in a good place for now. Also, just a reminder, reserves and one-time revenues are finite. So even though we got I keep talking about one-time revenues and we want to use those for one-time expenses. So with the COVID revenues, great, bridge the gap, but those will end and we'll use those at a certain point in time. So we're really using some of that funding to replace sales and use taxes. Sales and use tax funding will then be used to maintain our fleet, maintain our assets. So we can't expect those to continue for an indefinite period of time. And then again, no new projects are included with certain exceptions. Of course, we do have State Highway 119 funding available in there, as well as the FISA contribution for the Northwest Rail study. Just going back in time to show you where we've been to where we currently think we'll be in 2022. The red bars are our total revenues year over year. You can see we had fairly decent growth at the $1 billion level pretty much for 2016 through 2019. Then in 2020, we had a big drop. So the red bar dropped way down to less than 900 million. The blue bar indicates the COVID relief grants that kind of bridged that gap. Same with 2021, and then we'll have some additional draws down on those apportionments in 2022. So it's really kind of kept our revenue level steady. I won't spend much time on this, but I think the takeaway here, these are our expenditures. You can see, I think one of the big items that we're all focused on right now is our recruitment and retention of employees. Salary and benefits make up the overwhelming majority of any single item within our budget. So that's a big focus in terms of retaining employees. Then finally, this is the cash flow statement, similar to the MTFP, the midterm financial plan, but what we have is we're comparing this current year, the amended budget versus what we have included in the proposed budget in the 2022 requested budget column. What you can see there is on line 5 indicated in the blue numbering over to the left, we do expect a small decrease in our overall total revenues. That's really because we see a drop in what we're drawing on the COVID relief grants. You may recall in the midterm financial plan, we're going to spread the ARPA funding drawdown over 3 years. We may draw that sooner, but we're trying to spread it out just for cash flow purposes. You can see the growth items over there. Some of the larger items year over year, rows 6 and 7, materials and supplies, as well as salaries and benefits are increasing 11% and 8%. Fairly significant, but most of that increase is due to the fact that we're planning to add back service to a certain level from where we currently are. Same with utilities, there's a fairly sizable increase there. And then other expenses increases by, it's 13%, but it's only 972,000. Some of the items that we want to include in there is we put in some provisions. We've really been operating at a very austere level. We cut out everything, travel, employee relations, some of the recruitment expenses. We feel we need to restore some of that funding, especially for employee relations and doing things for our employees now that we have the opportunity. And then finally, purchase transportation, that goes up 11%. Again, that's for the add back of service. So what you'll notice is down the bottom line, row 19, we have negative cash flow. That's really due to the fact that we're spending quite a bit on capital in row 16, capital expenditures, asset management, 153 million this year. And a lot of that's next year, 2022. A lot of that's catch up of the backlog. So we have a negative cash flow projected for next year, but it's offset by our reserves as well as the positive cash flow in 2021. So that's a quick look at where we are for our 2022 requested budget. So going forward, what we'll do is we'll get comments if there's anything that was missed. We haven't heard of anything internally that's anything substantial, but what we will do is between now and when we bring the final budget to the board asking for approval, we'll have documented any changes so you can see what changes we've made from this point to the final budget request. I don't anticipate anything significant, and I think overall we're in pretty good shape, at least for next year. So Director Catlin, Chair Catlin, that concludes my comments.
Thank you, Mr. McLeod. And before I take comments from the board, I want to say that we had a good discussion, Director Davidson and I did, about making sure that the outcomes of this, the anticipated outcomes of these expenditures for the budget tie to our strategic plan. So that's probably something that we're going to move, going forward, going to be more closely aligned with those strategic outcomes. Okay, let's see, the order that I have directors appearing for comment or questions. First, I have Director Deschel. Go ahead, Director Deschel.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. McLeod. I have 3 questions. First, on salary and benefits, I think the message that we've been receiving is that we can't find the people. The people is the issue, not the month. And so to see an 11% increase, I'd love to give people raises. I'd love to see that restoration of service, but why the change in confidence from the message we received earlier, which is I can't hire enough people to fill these jobs, to an 11% increase on the overall budget, which you explained was largely due to restoration of service. To me, there's a disconnect between the two.
I'm going to ask Doug to maybe start out by responding to that, but then I'd also like General Manager CEO Johnson to reply as well.
Thank you.
Doug?
Agreed. Thank you, Chair Catlin. I agree. Yes, I'd like General Manager Johnson to respond from an operational perspective, at least as far as the financing goes. Director Deschel, is one of the things that we try not to disclose very obviously is what we're contemplating in terms of wage increases until that decision is made by our general manager. So even though it shows 11%, some of that's volume, some of that's wages, but you can't, what I would say is from a financial perspective, it's not just raises.
Yeah, no, of course.
Right. So thank you very much, Mr. McLeod, and to you, Director Catlin, or Chair Catlin, excuse me, and to you, Director Deschel. I think at this juncture, I'd be more inclined to have a discussion holistically with the board, recognizing that we are going to work in good faith as we look at a successor agreement for a collective bargaining agreement, recognizing what Mr. McLeod has specified. I don't believe at this juncture this is the appropriate forum in which to engage or delve into that conversation.
No problem.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's what I was hoping to hear. Does that answer your question, Mr. Director Deschel?
As long as we get more clarity at some point, I think that the other pieces are insurance. I saw a substantial decrease. My understanding is that we're self-insured. So what led to that? Why do we feel less risk averse? Or why do we feel like there's less risk? We don't need to have as much insurance. Assuming my assumption on self-insurance is correct.
Thank you. Yes, so essentially what's happened is we've seen a large decrease in our claims. So we've had some really good, we've been working very hard. Our risk management department under Melanie Snyder's department has been working really hard on our claims settlement process over the last couple of years. We've actually seen a nice steady decrease year over year. We are self-insured on some items, and we do have governmental liability caps in certain instances. So fortunately, we're in a good position there, but it's really due to the claims management. Also, last year, we did have an additional, we had that first bump from the railroad liability insurance premiums regarding the commuter rail. So that was kind of a jump up that we had. And then, I think we ended up paying a little bit extra for that policy premium, and we changed the policy period to a fiscal year, so that it's a little misrepresented year between year. But yeah, it's really due to good claims management.
Okay. And outside services are also going down. Is there one big contract we're dropping, or is it just sort of a collection of a lot of things, or is it somewhere in between?
Yeah, it's really actually a collection of many things. So what's in that number, the 2 big items in that number are security services, which are not necessarily decreasing, but it's more the IT services that we outsource for a lot of our new projects. So where we don't have in-house expertise, we go outside and we have contracts with external agencies that may have particular expertise in an application. So in prior years, we always had something new, a new project going on, and that drove those costs up. In the year going forward, that's really a big contributor to the decreases. We're not trying to do anything new other than maintain what we have.
And if I may, just another point of clarity, Mr. McLeod, as well as we go forward, as we look at our procurement practices, we are shoring those up in all honesty as well, because there was a tendency in some instances to do contract amendments and things of the like. We want to ensure that we are leveling the playing field, giving ample opportunity. So in reference to doing that, optimizing our solicitation process holistically as well.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Time check, it's now 10:20 PM Mountain Time Zone, 11:20 for me. But if there are some of the questions that could be deferred to a one-on-one conversation with Doug McLeod, to expedite, it would be appreciated. But nevertheless, I would like to call on Director Lewis. Director Lewis, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually had 3 questions, and Director Deschelle had Mr. McLeod answer the first one around salaries. And so the second question I have is, you mentioned employee relations, and I was curious if you were referencing employee investigations or engagement.
Mr. McLeod, if I may.
Please, yes.
Okay, so recognizing that we collectively have worked in earnest on our strategic plan, and one of the priorities is employee ownership. We have taken a step forward as it relates to recognizing and engaging with employees. I recognize that there were decisions that were made previous to me coming into the organization where that was not a focal point. Yeah. Recognizing that we are people moving people, and I cannot run this organization by myself, and the critical people that are doing this are all of our employees collectively. We need to recognize that. And I believe that is part and parcel of some of our underlying issues as we talk about employee retention. So there's clear-cut intersectionality in reference to where we stand currently, in reference to retaining our employees and how we can move forward. So this is something that's important as we invest, that aligns with our strategic plan holistically.
Beautiful. So that's exactly what I was hoping that you said. So thank you so much.
You're welcome.
And your third question?
I'll ask General Manager offline.
Okay, thank you, Director Lewis. Appreciate it. Director Tisdale, you're up next.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Relative to the budget as presented, it's both on page 203 and page 216 of the package. Just for the sake of the record, because I think people need to understand this, line 1 shows a 44% increase in fares budgeted in 22 over 2021. It's important to recall, and I just want to emphasize what our Chief Financial Officer has said, that is an assumption that we will return to something like 80% or so of our budgeted, our pre-pandemic budgeted fares. And for the sake of the record, in 2019, our budget showed fares of $125 million. The $98 million we're projecting in 2022 is 78% of that. So we are taking into account the fact that no, fares look like they're going up tremendously, but they're still significantly lower than what they were in 2019, to the tune of about 22% lower. I think that's important to emphasize for people who might be looking at this budget for when it comes back to this committee for formal action. The second item I have, however, is a real question. Have we really not included any anticipated liability for litigation expenses for ongoing litigations in which we are engaged?
Doug, would you like to address that?
Sorry, yes, we have included our normal recurring expenses that we anticipate incurring. I should have been more clear on that litigation term, that in case there's any large settlements, we have not included any provisions for those because we wouldn't know what those are or if they're even possible. So thank you for raising that.
All right, thank you. That's all that I have, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Director Tisdale. Director Cook, please.
Thank you. So just to recap that, we do not have a plan for addressing these settlements. Is that correct? It's not included in the budget currently if there are settlements. Does the insurance budget normally sort of look at what the risks are out there and have a reserve or something for that?
Yes, in fact, we do have reserves. So we incur expenses throughout the year. We also have reserves for our insurance, particularly workers' comp and liability. What we don't have is any large settlement claim dollars set aside, in case there's a certain large settlement that may come along. However, we do have some strategies that we can use to address that if that does happen. I think we can be successful in addressing that.
Can I talk to you about that offline, Dick?
Yes, please. That would be great.
Okay, thanks. And then just to, for what it's worth, I really like a lot about this budget and midterm financial plan. I like the new format. I like the way we're being more outgoing about getting public comment. I like the better footing we're on, the fact that we adhere to the fiscal policies. I just want to say thanks for all that. And I also, though, recognize that we're not operating in a vacuum on this, that we can't, I think doing it as you discuss is the best case in terms of hewing to our strategic plan. But we also had the feedback from the Accountability Committee, and I would just urge that to the extent we can find places for there to be overlap between what they urge with regard to stimulus money and our operations and so forth, that we find those and highlight them and try to indicate some openness to the suggestions that they made where we can within this budget and the midterm financial plan. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hey, Director Cook. Director Geisinger, please.
Thank you. Director Cook actually raised the issue that I had in mind, and I agreed with a lot of what she said in terms of where we're going with the budget and making progress with our asset management backlog and all of that. The Accountability Committee, if you missed the meeting, I thought it was a very good meeting, and it's one that's worth watching the video for. It does look at sort of the big picture of what we're dealing with in terms of the climate crisis and the ozone problems. I think General Manager Johnson is talking about starting to have RTD work on clean air days, which she could explain better than I could, but I think free fare when we're over the ozone limits is a CMAQ concept. But I do think, that we've all expressed, the board, the staff, we're concerned about those issues that others in the state are in. And, I hope that we can, as we're moving forward, keep those reflected in our MTFP and budget and those documents. Thanks.
Thanks, Director Geisinger. Are there any other comments? Thank you
Madam
all.
Chair, I was just going to say, I feel remiss if I don't address the comments that were put forward by Director Geisinger and Cook.
Please, go ahead.
Yes, recognizing the comments that were put forward and recognizing as well that I know you both were in attendance at the Accountability Committee. What I put forward still stands true. There's a lot of intersectionality with our strategic plan and the overarching aspects of what we're trying to do here as a public transportation agency. There are elements in which the team and I are working on that are captured in our strategic plan that also address the items that you put forward. As we looked at the sales and use tax projections and so forth, we're utilizing that to leverage what we do going forward. Recognizing you made mention of what we can do as we look at climate change, the spare the air days as they're categorized, recognizing that we could use congestion mitigation and air quality funds. I have had conversations collectively with the team as a whole, where we can actually not reinvent the wheel, but use models that have been leveraged in other parts of the country, which have been doing this for decades. More so working hand in hand with our partners at DRCOG, because quite naturally, we'd have to leverage the NPO as well as the TMOs and TMAs, because this is a program we would stand up that would be something that's recurring going forward to benefit the vast majority of the population committed to reducing vehicle miles traveled. So I did not want to step away from this comment or discussion without putting that out for public consumption, because that is something we are working on in earnest. So thank you very much for broaching that.
Thank you, General Manager, CEO Johnson. And I think Director Geisinger and I had a conversation about this earlier today, that we recognize that some of these projections are on the conservative side, and to the extent that we have any surplus, let's consider making an effort towards fostering some of those ideas that you're putting forth to meet the spirit of the excuse me, I'm getting tired, the Accountability Committee. With that, are there any other matters to come before this committee?
Yes, and I'll keep it very brief if I may.
Okay, Director Geisinger.
I just wanted to share that the U.S. Senate has included funding for our CRP, our credit risk premium, and the appropriations bill that passed yesterday. Pastor was announced yesterday. It's $29.8 million. We would share that with the city of Denver. It's not a done deal, but it's closer than we have ever been in the past. So cross your fingers. We have great Squire Pattons Boggs and Michael Davies for our team are doing a great job moving that forward. And thank you to Senators Bennett and Hickenlooper for their help. Thanks.
Yeah. Thank you, Director Geisinger. Chair Rivera Malpieri.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would be remiss if I didn't just say to the board, man, we've come a long way over the last year in terms of our finances. And I just want to commend our general manager and Mr. McLeod for doing such a stellar job on behalf of this agency. So thank you.
Thank you. And just a point of privilege, I was going to give an update on the activities with the Reuben Brown consulting firm that we've engaged to review our internal audit. And I have about a page of notes. And if it's okay with you, in the interest of time, if I can just give a report in other matters during our general board meeting, I would appreciate it, because I'm tripping over my tongue as we speak. So if that's okay with you, I can give that audit update at that time.
Only if you promise.
What?
Only if you promise.
Okay. I just think it would be a better use of time. So with that, it is now 10:32 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time, and I am calling this meeting adjourned. And thank you all for your patience and your good work tonight. Thank you, and good night.
Good night.
Bye, folks.
Good night.
Good night.